Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Board of Finance's annual capital planning workshop, along with the Board of Selectmen, the RTM, and representatives from the Board of Education and the Education Administration. Would everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd ask that you remain standing after the pledge. I'm going to ask our two esteemed colleagues from the RTM to lead us in the pledge this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we all sit down, we had yet another tragedy this week in Fairfield where a young boy lost his life in a drowning incident. And our thoughts and our prayers go out to his family. There's nothing more tragic than losing a child. And Chief McNamara is here tonight, and Chief McCarthy. I'm not exactly sure which organization was completely involved in this, but that's got to be a heart-wrenching situation for the officers and the firefighters involved in something like this as well. So our thoughts go out to the men and women that were involved from your organizations as well. So a moment of silence on all of their behalfs, please. Thank you very much. All right, this evening, as I stated earlier, is our annual capital planning workshop. I want to give due credit to Mrs. Mary LeClaire, who earlier in our budget process, earlier this year, recommended that we might expand the discussion topics tonight to include a discussion of long-term operating initiatives that this board asked be undertaken by both the town and the Board of Education, given the uncertainty of the state's budget cycle. And guess what? It's still uncertain. But understanding that there could be significant long-term ramifications to the finances of the town of Fairfield, and we wanted to get out in front of that. So we asked for an update tonight regarding what's going on both the education side as well as the town side, to appropriately plan for any issues due to a cutback in state funding on a go-forward basis. So our agenda tonight is to review and discuss the Town and Board of Ed non-recurring capital and capital project planning document, their timing and related subsequent bonding requirements, and the estimated impact on debt service level over the next several years. Typically, that's where we would have stopped. This item is a very high-level item. It has to do with what the financing looks like over the next 5 to 20 years for bonding capacity and debt service based on existing projects that have already been approved and projects that are in the planning phase right now. We will not get into details on specific projects. We're certainly not approving projects here tonight. We're discussing what the potential financial implications of those projects are. Item number 2, as I alluded to before, is to review and discuss the Town and Board of Ed's long-term strategic operating initiatives, both revenue-generating and expense-reducing, and the timing and implementation thereof, due to the anticipated ongoing state of Connecticut related funding concerns. And that's our carryover item, and thank you, Mrs. LeClaire. The third item will be a private executive session to discuss what collective bargaining strategy is, to get updated on where we stand with discussions with unions, not negotiations, which we cannot discuss. We know there are a couple unions that are in negotiations. We will not hear about those specific negotiations. But obviously, we are a service organization, and our relationships with the unions are very important to the town and very important to the expense structure of the town. With all that being said, any questions, comments, concerns from board members, as well as Board of Selectmen members, RTM members? Mr. Dwyer, you can come on up to the table with Superintendent Jones, and if you have any other members of the Board of Education that would like to join, they are welcome as well. Anybody? Feel free. Thank you for being here. I thank everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Mayor so we can start item number 1, the review of the working capital and non-recurring, rather not working capital, but capital and non-recurring charges. And I know Mr. Cullen, I'm sure you can join us for this discussion as well from the Board of Ed side.
Well, as the chair, this is an annual event, and I think everybody here is pretty much familiar with the process we go through, but we just, since those of us with the town need to be here for the full meeting, we'll obviously starting off with the Board of Ed, so I'll turn it over to Dr. Jones and Chairman Dwyer.
Hello. This document has had some changes, but not in substance, and the Board of Finance has reviewed it in the past, so we're not planning on doing a lot of dive through this, but certainly if you have questions, we'll address them. There's a new document that you had asked for last year, and I think we gave you one after the meeting, but that's this document, if you look at it, where you had asked, how are the projects changing from the last year's iteration of it? What things are going up, what things are going down? There's a lot of detail on this, but you asked for the document so that you could kind of track it, and so you might have questions on that, which we can chat about. You got today a memo on the technology needs of the district, and because we haven't talked too much about those in detail, we thought that would actually be the subject for some discussion, and we'll kind of do a quick walk through that memo and then address any questions you have. And so if that's satisfactory, we'll proceed.
Can we start, Mr. Dwyer, with the change from prior year, the schedule you put together?
Absolutely. Start
Thank you very
wherever
much.
wish.
Can I ask a question on that? Just to get us started, because I want to make sure we're all reading it right. First of all, thank you for having this prepared. It is helpful. What this schedule, if I'm reading it correctly, is telling me is that in 2017 and 2018 school year, the spending is going up 5.6 million as compared to what you thought last year at the same time. Then it's coming down about $250,000 for 18-19. Then it's going up about 2.9 million for 19 and 20. And then it goes up about 1.7 million the following year. Am I reading this correctly?
I believe so. Mr. Cullen put this together, and he might be in a better position to answer the detailed questions.
Great. Mr. Cullen?
Yes, that is correct.
What was the difference, the biggest difference this coming year was Holland Hill, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was the cost
So-
differential? Go ahead.
Yep, so the numbers that are in green in parentheses are savings, or a project was eliminated, or it came in less when bidding happened. And the items that are in red are things that went over, or when the bids came in, we needed more money, or we budgeted too little and needed to add.
The one, I know we can't go into specifics, the one that surprised me on this document was the 335 in the security. Remind me of that one, because we have been funding improvements of security, so this is actually an increase over and above what we thought we were funding, is that right?
No.
Okay.
This is, you're down below where it says new security project.
Yeah.
335 is a request to help fund the 3 phases we already asked for. So we've done Phase 1, security infrastructure, a Phase 2, and a Phase 3. And as we're working on those, we're bidding. Some things are coming in less, some things are coming over.
Well, that was my question, because we have had a number in there
Correct.
for security, so this is a significant, if I'm not, a significant increase in 1 year, is that correct? Compared to what we thought we were going to spend that year.
Yes, but this also covers all 3 phases, all 3 years.
All three
So
phases.
Phase 1, which happened in 15-16, all of those projects aren't done yet. There's
Okay.
still a lot of cameras being put in, ballistic glazing still going on. It's quite an undertaking with everything we're doing at the 17 schools.
Yeah, I guess the answer I'm not getting is, we had estimated, and forgive me, I don't remember the numbers right now, we had planned to improve the security infrastructure for the schools. And you're right, we had put in place, working with everybody, a multi-phased plan, correct?
Correct.
This implies that multi-phase plan is much more expensive than we had originally thought, because this implies that in 1 year of that plan, we're going over by $335,000.
Yes, and what I'm saying is the 335,000 isn't just for the one of the years.
And so in order to prove that statement out, I would imagine Mr. Cullen would have to fill in the 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17 years, so that the combined total kind of comports with the comment that Mr. Cullen made. I'm assuming that.
You're right.
So at the end of the project, we're over by $335,000. What
Correct.
was the total of the project over all 3 years?
It's $3,772,692.
So we're about 8% over or so?
Roughly.
I'd like to know more about that. I know we can't talk about specifics of the projects in public.
Yeah, I can put the detail together and send it out to the board.
That'd be great. Thank you. My apologies, I just know, that just jumped out at me, everybody, so I wanted to go through that. Does anybody else, Mr. Cullen, why don't I allow you to walk us through this schedule, and if anybody else has any questions? This is supposed to be a free-flowing conversation, so have at it. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Have at Mr. Cullen.
if you want me to do it by column, following this sheet,
Yes.
16, 17, you'll see that we, some of the things we did is put the real numbers in from bidding. So the Fairfield Little High School windows number is there. The Woods Middle School roof, when it came, when the bids came in, it came in less. So there's a savings of $713,000 there to date. District-wide securities there. The boilers at Ludlow High School, we budgeted $620. Those numbers, when they came in, the bids were $25,050 less, so it was a decrease. So that's shown as a savings, or actually, it's going to not be bonded. The amount that gets bonded is the amount that's bid and charged. But we show it as a savings. The playground retaining wall at Dwight also came in quite below budget. So we had a savings of $44,500. Then you see Holland Hill. The first number is the project team initial funding, which was $1.24 million. We were holding $12 million for the renovation and addition. The actual number was $17,250,000, so there's a difference there of $5,250,000 from what the bids came in at. So that's showing as an overage in red. Tomlinson Roof, as far as the waterfall goes, there was a shortfall of $18,459, but what we put in the budget, waiting for reimbursement, will be under what was in the budget and what would be bonded. But as far as the waterfall goes, there is an overage there. Then we're still in 17-18. We're looking at Fairfield Ward High School HVAC system. This, I don't have the final numbers in. They're wrapping up this project, but I think there's going to be a small savings there. I can't identify it yet till I have it. The tennis courts are just getting started at Ward. And then the district-wide security that you brought up for the $335,000. Then there's the Ward High School turf field. This project was bid, it was awarded, but the contractor couldn't get it done this summer, so we accepted the bid with a start date of June 1st, 2018. And it is under this price, $750, so there'll be a small savings there once he gets started.
Why isn't that included as an addition in 2018-19 then if it moved from 17-18?
It's in the 17-18 non-recurring bonding approval, and it will be started in 17-18 fiscal year. So that's why it's staying there.
So it's, but is that the full savings then? Is that $750,000 in savings?
No, $750,000 is the budget.
So why is it on here? It makes no sense.
It's a non-recurring request from the waterfall that was approved.
Yeah, but this is only supposed to be additions and subtractions.
No, this is everything.
This is
This is everything.
everything.
Some of the numbers didn't change at all. Some went up, some went down.
Okay, so it doesn't, got it. My apologies, I was reading the schedule the wrong way. Okay. Go ahead.
And then we moved to 1819. You see that it says new Fairfield Little High School parking lot. This project was in the budget last year, but rejected by Board of Selectmen, and it still needs to get done, so we moved it to the next year, and we're hoping to get it approved in 1819 through our request. So that's showing as red because we removed it and then moved it a year. The next one is a project that was canceled. This is a district-wide emergency lighting project that we were putting in the waterfall. When we did the study and met with the consultants, it didn't have a good payback. It was in the 37-year range for payback. So we're eliminating this project, and we're going to continue with the PM process we're doing now. So that's shown as a savings off the waterfall.
Okay.
The next two are roof warranties. I know you probably don't want to hear it, but Roger Lowell Middle School and McKinley's roofs were a 15-year warranty, and they expire next year. It's amazing how fast time goes by, but we have an opportunity with a roof manufacturer that can do an extension program like we did with the other 5 elementary schools in 2012. It's a great program, and I'll be prepared to share it with you. That program will get us another 10 years minimum, plus 5 years of the PM, so we can get an extension of 15 years on those roofs with a little bit of work. So those are those two. District-wide security is a placeholder, and we're decreasing that as we're seeing everything we're doing and getting finished. We've gotten all the Town of Fairfield police reports back for each of the schools. We're reviewing them and seeing if some of the things we should be doing will be important moving forward. So we want to have a placeholder for some minor security stuff to wrap up at the schools. So that's really just a placeholder. Then we go into Sherman. Sherman School never got its Phase 3 renovation and addition work done. If you remember, Sherman is in a floodplain zone. We can only do 2% of the value of the building and property at any given time, and then we have to wait 12 months before that expires, and we can request again. So the first phase was the annex building, second phase was the addition, administration, and interior spaces, and the third phase is to finish. So we'll be requesting that. The next one is secondary schools, the IT project. You may remember that last year we requested an IT upgrade of Cat 6 wire and electrical outlets for all of the schools. When we got the engineer on board, he felt we only had enough to do half. So we broke the project in half. We did only the elementary schools. We budgeted $250,000. The bids came in at $157,000. We got that work done this summer. It worked out great. So we saved money, but we want to put the other half in, which will be the secondary schools. Next are the tennis courts, Ludlow High School tennis courts, and the bids came in for Blake's tennis courts at Ward, so we have really good numbers to use, so we revised these to show the increase of the cost of tennis court replacement. That's why you see a change there. Then we drop down to Mill Hill. Mill Hill addition and renovation, we split it the same way we were doing Holland Hill. We're showing project team and initial funding to get the project going at $1.5 million. I included with that the thinking that we have portable classrooms that may have to be moved. And then I have the increased number for the renovation and addition.
We're going to go to Mr. DeWitt, who's got a question.
Yeah, thank you. The Little High School tennis courts, we're taking a savings because we're taking it out of 1819 and moving it. I'm curious why we would move that $550,000 in 1920, fiscal year's 1920, when, you know, the long-range waterfall actually goes down in 1819. Why, you know, it goes from, in the last fiscal year, about 11 to 14 this year to 7, then to 17. Why are we not trying to smooth that a little bit?
It's something we can look at. Normally, when we have this meeting tonight, I usually speak with Bob Mayer, and we look at what requests for funding. If they're a little too high in one year or too low, we normally talk about moving something. And I also wanted to include, when I was talking about Mill Hill, with the new superintendent on board, we are in the process, we did hire Malone and McBroom to work with us on a new enrollment projection and capacity deficiency, and we're going to be looking hard at Mill Hill to see what the enrollment's going to be up there and just how big that addition and renovation has to be. So there's a lot of work to do on that, and probably we'll get you revised numbers.
We feel good about Holland Hill, though, don't we?
Yes.
Okay.
So Mill Hill's still in the planning phase. It's a definite renovation, maybe, maybe not on the addition.
The building definitely has to be updated to meet current fire codes, building codes, life safety codes, but the issue will be what is the capacity deficiency of the whole building with the 5 portables that are there that exist, and what the enrollment will show us.
Some addition might be required because there are portables there that we're having to, quote, deal with, because our long-term goal had been to replace portable classrooms with permanent classrooms.
Right,
But
but-
again, the enrollment projection study will determine that.
Right.
Question.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
There's, in your book, the enrollment projections. Are we saying that these are outdated?
Those are the old ones, except for the first 2 years. We had the enrollment for 16-17, and we have a projected enrollment for 17-18, but the other ones are old. They're from 2016. So we have Malone McBroom working on a new 10-year projection.
They're from 2016, last year?
Those are February 2016.
So, is that considered old? The projections, it's only,
It is when you're looking at long-term, 10 years out.
okay, but this, in this book here, we have 2 years out, Mill Hill looks like it's going down 60-some odd students. But we want to retest that? We're not convinced that that's correct?
We definitely want to look at that. Before we start asking the town for a really large project in Mill Hill, we want to make sure we have good new numbers. Capacity deficiencies are looked at, what we're doing with special ed classrooms.
Understand that, but this is just a couple of years old. So when will they be done with their new study?
We're hoping October.
Next month? Okay.
Yeah, please, Ms. Margaret.
You mentioned Sherman, you're moving Phase 3 into next year, 2018, 2019.
Correct.
Can you tell us what you're going to put into Phase 3? Are you including some of the safety recommendations for the parent drop-off and security concerns, as well as other renovations that are planned?
Some of the breakdown is in the booklet. It's on page,
10.
I think, no, 29. 29.
And 21 as well.
The bulk of the work is to add to the mechanical means of fresh air and put air conditioning. That wasn't put in. Fire suppression system wasn't put in. New lockers, which are badly needed. But to answer your question, we have been meeting with RTM members and the PTA to see if we can get some of the other things done. The town is going to be working on a new grass field in the back, and we wanted to fence that in. We don't think that that project's going to be able to afford fencing it in. We're going to look at that. There's been requests to repave the walking path that comes from the street into the back of the portables. And then there's the parent drop-off. There's a new proposed parent drop-off for the side of the building on Fern Street.
So that's what I'm looking for, the parent drop-off. Where is that?
They're not in here. They weren't in here, they never were. Those are new things that have come up since we've been working with Sherman School and the PTA.
So do we have estimates on how much that might cost, and would we want to include that in the waterfall so that we can ensure that we have the funding?
Yes, in short, yes. We have costs coming in for the bid of the grass field to cover the fencing and the walking path, so if they can't afford it, we'll have good numbers from a bid to put those in. And the town engineer, Bill Hurley's working on some drawings and sketches and has a good feeling for what the costs will be for the parent drop-off. So he'll have those soon. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
If I may.
Yeah, Mr. Becker.
So you're talking about a possible departure from the 504 model in the next one? I mean, which is the last on the list?
There's that element we're all looking.
Go ahead.
You're talking about Mill Hill?
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of discussion about that with Holland Hill, and we all sort of,
So
we would stay
I
with
would
the
say that
504.
we're not talking about that until we get the updated enrollment numbers. So we may end up talking about it, but until we get the updated enrollment numbers, I think it would be premature to talk about whether we may or may not be going off of that standard.
Okay, and the next time you would want to have that discussion is in a year from now, or are you coming back post-enrollment to let us know how that
Or next month.
may change? Yeah, which is only a month from now, may change that or anything else. I mean, obviously, we're knee-deep in Holland Hill,
Not to
but
get into the second agenda item, but the ad hoc committee on operational effectiveness that the board talked about creating last Tuesday, I have no doubt that that committee will also be engaged in that conversation as to what we need for both staffing, program, facilities, financing, and of course, a big part of facilities is what capacity we will need at each of the elementary schools. And so I suspect that that committee will have conversation on that, and when they get to a point where they're saying, okay, I think we have a recommendation, then that'll be brought back before the Board of Ed and other bodies as they wish to talk about it.
okay, thank you.
Please continue.
Okay.
Just hit the highlights, Tom. You don't have to go through each and every one.
Yeah, as we
Unless
go
there's a
into the
specific
later
question.
years, we're down to 1920, right after Mill Hill. These are in the waterfall, Tomlinson's acoustical ceiling and lights. Stratfield's 2 projects, we just moved them out a year as we looked at the totals for the budget. And as we looked at those 2 projects out at the site, we felt they could go another year. So we moved those around. We then dropped down to Fairfield Ward High School. The headmaster really wants us to ask for air conditioning of the cafeteria space. He believes since Fairfield Little High School's been air conditioned, we really need to do wards. Wards is going to be very expensive. It's open. The system that exists connects the senior lounge and the staff lounge with the cafeteria, so it's a much bigger area than you normally would look to do air conditioning for. But so we've included that number, and we had engineers look at that. Ludlow High School bathrooms are there. That's existing and been for a long time. District-wide portable classrooms is there. That's existing. That's really just to look at portables that are reaching 20 years old that are going to need some roof replacements, possibly siding, decks and porches, things like that that are rotting.
And again, that'll be subject to what happens with enrollment and et cetera.
Yep, that's right. Then we go into an elevator issue we're having at Woods that we can talk about at length when we bring that up to the town bodies. Then you see Jennings addition and renovation, that's in the waterfall. North Stratfield ceiling and lights, they're all in the waterfall, so you see no changes, that's why they stay black. One of the changes I can show you is the emergency generator at Ludlow High School. That generator's reaching 15 years old, and it's the town emergency shelter building. The PM contractor that's looked at that said that we can probably start to see the radiator going, the controls, which are both about $20,000 each, but more importantly, the fuel tank for this generator is a single wall. It sits under it in a steel tank. If that starts to rot and leak, we have a hazardous waste material problem on the site. So we want to consider looking at that generator as it's aging and replace it, not only because it's the town shelter, but it's also reached its life expectancy.
As we go through this, does anybody have any specific questions on any specific items right now? Mr. Mayor, these items have been included in the waterfall. Where's Mr. Mayor? There he is. Thought you got real thin there for a minute there, Bob. These are all, this ties out to your waterfall model, the revised? That's a yes? Thank you. Okay. Anybody have any questions on this schedule as a whole? Quick questions. I had thought that one of the things we had talked about was when we increased, well, first of all, how complete do you consider this schedule, Mr. Cullen?
Complete meaning costs,
Complete
accuracy?
meaning everything's accounted for, maybe the costs, obviously, costs are going to change 5 years out. We understand there's a degree
We use
of
an
imprecision
escalation.
here.
We do
Right.
use an escalation of 3%. I think we found out last year that Gilbane uses 4% on things.
Right.
We looked at that. There's only one project I haven't included that I'm investigating right now, and that is the building management system controls for all the schools. For some of you, you may remember when Johnson Control
Yeah.
came in 1999. Well, those systems now are very old. Circuit boards are no longer purchasable. There's just a lot of problems we're starting to see. So we're working with an engineering firm that's helping us look forward at what we should be doing at all of the schools and changing over to.
And that's the only big project that's not included in here. So that, in terms of completeness, you feel pretty comfortable about
About
this?
98% complete.
Okay. And then, obviously, you've had escalators on the costs, so you've accounted for at least some level of imprecision with the fact that getting pricing so many years in advances.
Right.
Right, so we don't have a volume issue in terms of number of projects, and we're trying to allow for a rate issue.
Correct.
Okay. The biggest unknown right now is the enrollments, or they're known, but they're being revised, and that could have a substantial impact, am I saying this correctly, on what these costs might be relative to additions to several of the schools as well as portables.
Renovations and additions where we want to eliminate portables.
Right, well, the renovations in some way, shape, or form have to happen at some of these buildings anyway, regardless of the enrollment. Fair statement?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the projects listed here won't be impacted by enrollment, but the big ones will.
The expensive ones will. It'll get to my point. But go ahead, Mrs. Marmion, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification on, back to the earlier discussion about the district-wide security project. In 2017-18, we have an increase of 335. Then further down, we have another item that says district-wide security and safety with a decrease in 18-19 of 154. Is this the same project, or are we talking about different projects?
Yeah, we're talking about different projects.
So can you, without going into too many details, differentiate what these two items mean?
Yes, the 335,000 in 17-18 is to cover the work we've been doing for the past 3 years, any shortfalls from bidding, finishing up cameras, ballistic glazing. The number in 18-19 is a placeholder based on the new police reports we got for all the schools. The police came out with their school safety unit, did an assessment in every school, and there's some new things in there that we were not budgeting for, that we're looking at. So I wanted to at least put a placeholder in. We put a placeholder of 500,000. Now that we're looking at those reports in more detail, we think we can reduce that a little, and probably as we do more investigation, we'll be able to put a harder number there. But I wanted to at least have a placeholder in the waterfall.
I see. So it's really the same item. It's covering the same, new, but under the same category?
Yes.
Thank you.
So if I read this correctly, the increase in this versus last year, over this period of years, is about $11 million, rough number?
I thought it was more around 8 million. I think last year's was around 90 million. Our new number's 98 million.
All right, well, you have 5.6 plus 2.9. I'm rounding that, saying that's 6, that's 9. Then I'm saying 1.6 plus 250, I'm saying that's 11. I give you credit for the million off, I got 10.
And we're basing the bulk of that was with the Holland Hill project.
5.6 of that, and that was my question. I thought when we approved Holland Hill, one of the questions we had was, are you going to save this in your waterfall model? Does anybody else remember that? That's what I'm looking at. So what's really driving this is, and this goes to my earlier point, the differential in Holland Hill,
And Mill Hill.
and then the estimates for Mill Hill are really driving this whole freight train here.
Correct. I would agree.
All right. So it all comes down to what are those enrollments and what are we willing to do at Mill Hill? Right?
Yeah, fair statement.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments from board members or RTM members, Board of Selectmen? Chris, go right ahead, and then I'll go to Dave.
Just
Or-
a quick question. I'm looking at the list of all our schools. Which of our schools are the 504 schools? I know Holland Hill's going to be. In Riverfield, right?
Yes. I'm looking at the table on page 34
Oh.
of the facility plan. Shows Burr, McKinley, North Stratfield, Osborne Hill, Riverfield, and Stratfield.
So say that again. Burr,
Burr,
yep.
McKinley,
McKinley,
North Stratfield,
yep.
Osborne Hill, Riverfield, and Stratfield.
And Holland Hill in the works.
Correct.
Well, so North Stratfield kind of got there without doing any renovations.
Well, it was renovated, it was one of the schools that got renovated before we really started this facility plan in Waterfall. Not to the degree I would like to see it. It doesn't have mechanical means of fresh air and air conditioning throughout the whole
My
school.
kids went to North Stratfield, and
Fire
it seems a lot
suppression.
smaller than what we did at Riverfield, but beside the point. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Becker?
So on that note, Jennings is in the schedule here at a much lower number. Can you just give a little bit of background on that? Why so small,
Well,
even with the addition?
Jennings, as long as I've been here 15 years, hasn't had a lot of portable classrooms. They have one. It doesn't seem to want to go away. And the school itself doesn't warrant a really large addition of 5 or 6 classrooms and a lot of capacity deficiencies. It does need to be upgraded as far as mechanical means of fresh air, air conditioning, fire suppression, all of those things. But it's not a typical school that has, 5, 6 portables sitting there and they're not going away and the enrollment's staying there.
So compared to Sherman, though, if you're talking about doing those types of things on that building and Jennings, but Sherman is almost at least about $1.3 million more in the schedule currently without even adding other items. We're talking the main core building, though, right? Because the additions already have, the annex has that.
Correct, but if
so-
you look at the capacity deficiencies too, between the two schools, you'll see a bit of difference.
And again, I guess my question goes with the 504 on Jennings. Was there never really an attempt to bring it up to 504 then? If you're really just going to add a small addition?
It's probably
It
something
just seems very low.
we'll talk with
in
the new
there.
superintendent now that she's on board, but Jennings and Dwight were the two that seemed to be further down the road. The enrollment didn't sustain doing a major addition renovation there. We didn't see a lot of increase happening in those two areas.
Part of the 10-year enrollment projection that the state requires us to submit with any school project, they look very carefully at the percent utilization of that building. And if you are overbuilding, because we think that we're building for 20 or 30 years out, they'll look and say, okay, you're building more right now than the 10-year projection requires, and so we're not going to reimburse you as much because we think that you're building more capacity than in the next 10 years you'll need. So when we look at a 504 school, we also have to look at, will the state approve that addition based on the enrollment projections? Approve it
Yeah.
at the rate that we want them to approve it.
Fair point, though I think to some degree, one thing maybe that should be a factor in this, and I think it's been the way that we've tried to make a lot of decisions, maybe not as thorough as for those, but any project, and I think of let's say the auditorium at Woods is a great example. If you gauged it entirely on the reimbursement, as much as that money is important, and you say, don't do something, because we're looking further down the road, and then find ourselves doing it at reimbursement, which is a rate that's constantly going down anyways, 10 years later, when all of a sudden we have to do it, and the project costs so much money more, then we might as well just paid for it and not gotten reimbursed as much. At the end of the day, we need to make the right decisions for the town, for the long haul, watching that construction inflation rate, which is probably beating out what our reimbursement rate's ever going to be. So I would think, just
Yep.
at least have that as part of the decision-making. I have one other question, just related to that percentage. So I see that you had adjusted the Holland Hill number, obviously, to the more realistic, and then the Mill Hill number accordingly. And I know that the chairman had gone through, brought this up a little bit, but we had talked about that the projects, we discovered during the Holland Hill that the projects were not using the right percentages, and we're finding our escalation figures when they come forward to have been, in some cases, significantly more expensive. So it seems like a lot of the numbers here have still sort of remained. I would have thought that we would have seen everything bump up by at least a point, maybe even a little bit more, kind of all over in here, because even small projects are going to encounter similar issues on their scale. And it seems like a lot of numbers have remained very, very similar.
Part of your question is correct, your statement is correct. The escalation cost that we were using internally in our office was 3%. Working with Gilbane the last 2 years, they've been telling us to use a 4% escalation, so we're changing that. However, we also looked at the contingencies that they're using. We haven't been putting in that much for contingency. They've got a construction contingency, a management team contingency, an owner's contingency. That's adding up to 1.5, almost $2 million. We haven't been carrying those large numbers on the larger projects that are running 18 million. So we have to look at those closer and see if we want to still try and carry that much in the contingency area. The other thing is that some of these projects, the ones moving forward like Dwight and Jennings, are much, much smaller. They're not going to be $18 million projects. So we're not going to really kick up a huge contingency on those or an escalation until we probably get closer and look at the enrollment projections we're going to get and what we're going to do moving forward with those further out.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh?
Going to Mr. Becker's question in regards to the portable classrooms. So you list that you have 12 portable classrooms at the elementary school, and many of them are at Holland Hill where we're taking care of that issue, correct? So if we take away that, that's 7. But it appears in going through the numbers on 34 and 35 that really only one of these 7 portable classrooms is actually being used to have students in it during the day, correct? For a classroom.
At what school?
What school?
School.
Pursuant to your numbers here, I think it would be Mill Hill has 1 as a classroom. I mean, unless I'm having to interpolate that, you have 5 portables there,
Yes.
but if I go to the projections in regards to the numbers on page 2034, and I go to Mill Hill, the capacity, functional capacity without portables, 378. The FPS functional capacity without portables is 336. So that's 1 classroom of students, correct? And on all the other schools on page 34,
2. It's 2.
2 classrooms.
2 classrooms?
But yes, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so there's only 2 out of the 7. So there's only, out of all the portables that you list here, all the 13, there's really only 2 being used as classrooms, correct?
No.
Okay.
At Mill Hill, there's 5 portables. This year, they have 4 being used for classrooms. One of those 4 is an OT-PT room. The other one is excess space this year only. This is the first year the principal's been able to empty it. So the other, there's a...
4 being used as classrooms out of the 5.
Correct.
And what's the other one being used for?
I think they're using it for storage right now.
How many of the 13 classrooms are being used for storage space?
Oh,
In the whole district? It's all
Only that
13?
one.
That one. What is Sherman using theirs for?
They've got, I want to say they have a music class out there in their one single
Jennings
portable.
does similar.
When you say a music class, is the entire music program being run out there, or is it just a class for strings?
Yeah, it's a class for strings or music. Some of the principals like it because it's so loud. They like to put it out in a portable, the music.
But some of these portables have seemed to have stayed around. For example, that Sherman one was not supposed to stay there under the plan. Mrs. Roxby wanted it, correct?
Yes.
For overflow space for whatever she wanted. So that portable was supposed to be removed years ago when we originally did the annex,
Correct.
correct? So some of them are being kept around for, other than classroom
say
space,
just
for
that
for
one.
extra space, swing space, whatever people want to use it for. And for a while, I thought actually I'd heard that Sherman was being used actually for storage at the beginning.
No.
No.
Sherman's was never used for storage. As soon as she got approval to keep it, she moved a classroom out there. And to be fair, Sherman's is Mill Hill's the only school that has a portable being used for storage, and this is the first year it came up late in the summer when the principal came back. He let us know
All right.
due to the enrollment.
And what's the one portable that's being used for transportation? Is that being used
That's
for
an office.
where they do their work, their office work?
It's their office. It's
Okay.
down at One Rod Highway.
Yep.
It was a portable that existed in the district. We were able to move it.
And what are the 4 classrooms that are being used at Mill Hill Elementary being used for?
5th grade, I believe, is out there.
All 4 fifth grade classes?
3, and 1 is used as an OT-PT classroom.
Okay, so why does the functional capacity, I would have thought it would have been 3 classes, that the functional capacity for Mill Hill goes from 3, only down from 378 to 336 if you take away the portables. So should it be 3?
It's something we're doing right now with the new superintendent and demographer, but you also have to look at what the classrooms in the existing building are being used for. If the building has 24 classrooms, there may only be 20 being used for classroom teaching. The others could be a special ed classroom, it could be capacity deficiency for Spanish teachers, psych, and so they're overflow into some classrooms, or computer, moved out of the library. So you have to really look at inside the school building what the classrooms are being used for. A tendency that the principals like to do when they've got portable classrooms on the site is put a larger grade out there or an older grade. So 4th or 5th grade is likely to be out in a portable. The kids are more able to get back and forth safer. They're not the smaller kids. And then they utilize the rooms in their building for their capacity deficiencies in other areas.
Okay, so you're taking what one might think of as traditional classrooms and you're using them for the school is using them for other things?
The principals could be, yes.
Okay.
You know, you're not going to put the psychiatrist in Spanish and a teacher out in a portable. Generally, especially like Mill Hill, there's a triple portable, so it's combined together. That works well for a grade to be out there. And it's air conditioned, the superintendent just said to me, and it's air conditioned. So,
The portables?
the portables have mechanical means of fresh air and air conditioning.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Quick question on that. Do we have any reason to believe there's going to be a material change in the enrollment projections with the new study? Are we seeing anything? I totally respect doing the new study, I get it. That's not my question. My question is, are we seeing any shift that we're expecting there to be radically different
I don't think it's
numbers
so
here?
much of a huge shift of seeing a lot of less kids than we are at specific schools. Some of the specific schools show a big difference of 40 to 60 kids. but
Okay,
then
so-
it equals itself out in other schools.
So the mix is changing, but the total number of kids we don't perceive to be changing by a material impact here. That's what I just heard. I don't know whether
Well,
that's
and I
true.
will say, part of the challenge has been, at least for me, being new, and is
Yep.
that we have 3 different projections right now, because we have MGT, we have Malone and McBroom. We also had Malone and McBroom for the racial imbalance. They're all quite similar, but a little bit different, and we really want one projection that we're going to utilize, that we really stick with. And I will say, Malone and McBroom were very accurate this year as far as our projections, and when you go in and look at on the grade level. What they're also going to be looking at is some of the demographics. If we're seeing in certain areas where the growth is faster, are we going to see shifts, for instance, in a middle school that was high enrollment, maybe it's going to be low, and we're looking for those demographic shifts in the study that they're doing right now as well.
Okay. So, but again, you don't seem to indicate that overall the number of students is going to change dramatically. It's just a mix of where they are is what you're expecting? Is that my?
I wouldn't answer that until I actually see their work in October, because what they're doing is they're doing a deeper dive where they go back and look at actually birth rate and the births in the town. They're looking at what's happening with the housing across the town. So
Right.
the projection is a much deeper projection than what you get when you just look at a cohort projection and look at the percentage growth each year.
Okay, because this does show that we're at like 9,700 right now, and it shows it trending substantially downwards over the next number of years by almost 400 students or so, and then leveling off at about 9,300 through 26 school year, right? That's 400 students, which, I mean, I know they get split amongst all the schools, but 400 is a substantial reduction in students on the total over the next 10 years or so, 8 years, right?
It is, and it's,
ECC too.
yeah, he was just mentioning the ECC, our Early Childhood Center, is not in this number.
Okay. They might have a lot of space if we have 400.
Well, and I think things like ECC, and it comes back to the question you were asking earlier, we're out of room at ECC. So this year, a room at Stratfield is now used for ECC. So in the next 2 or 3 years, are we going to need 4 more pre-Ks that are then going to take classrooms that would have been K-5 out in our other schools?
Got it. Okay. Any questions? Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Cullen, in coming up to the estimate for the Mill Hill addition and renovation, how did you base getting those figures? Was it on a square footage basis? Did you apply a per square footage cost for addition renovation?
It was a mixture of some things, because we've gotten good bid numbers as we worked with building committees on Stratfield, Riverfield, and Woods. So things like the mechanical means of fresh air conditioning, we have some really good numbers. In other cases where we saw we had to do total ceiling replacement, we do a square footage.
Sure.
We get some numbers that we use from the state website that they follow, and we can use those. So it's kind of a mixture of both. I think the biggest difficulty we had was we've never really put a lot of money into the budgets for contingencies. Owner's contingency, as I said before, construction manager contingency, contractor contingency, those numbers were fairly large when we looked at Stratfield, Riverfield, and even now Holland Hill. Those were things we weren't covering in previous iterations of the waterfall.
But in the construction costs for the addition, did you just apply what we're currently getting for bid prices right now for addition space?
Yes, and then added an escalation.
Okay. It seems to me, and this conversation came up during Holland Hill, when we were first deciding what size Holland Hill should be and going from a smaller version to a larger version. We had a significant discussion, at this body at least, in regards to how the construction cost at Mill Hill were going to skyrocket based on the geography of that property. So, and the topography, and, you know, we all know what that property looks like. And there's no other place really to put renovations on flat ground, correct? So you were either going to have to go up, which would be expensive, if you could even
Correct.
do it,
Yeah.
or you're going to have to go out the back, correct?
Correct.
Which then slopes downhill,
Yep,
which you're
affects the
going to do
playgrounds.
either significant grading or probably bring in significant foundation work or steel work, and that it wasn't going to be any normal renovation. It was going to be significantly more expensive to do that.
We didn't think so, I agree with you.
You didn't think what?
We didn't think it would be.
Would be more
So I
expensive?
agree with you. No, we didn't think it would be, we thought it was going to be an issue because of
Yes.
the site.
So-
But
that
looking-
number- That number's not in here, correct?
Correct, because looking at the enrollment and talking with the new superintendent and demographer, we believe we're not going to need the 5 classrooms in the back that are now in portables and possibly some of the capacity deficiencies.
So you're telling us that you might need 5 classrooms, but then you're backing that out, and I'm trying to figure out how you're coming up with your math, because if you're telling me you need the project and we're going to go to a 504, I thought you'd put that in, and your documentation in your book actually says the word 504.
Yep.
Right underneath it says Mill Hill renovations
Yep,
and
we're
additions. It says 504 school.
Correct.
So either we're using real numbers or we're not, or else you're telling me that you're backing out because you already know that we might not need those classrooms. I mean, my problem is that one of the reasons I wanted to go with Holland Hill and do it at a 5504 was because I thought Mill Hill was going to be ridiculously expensive to do that renovation. Extremely expensive, based on the topography. And I was hoping that you were going to tell me that you had done some type of addition onto these numbers to take that into account, but you're really saying...
I haven't had a chance to do
didn't-
that.
Okay.
Yet, no. I haven't had a chance to really get some engineers out there, look at the water main that comes in there, the electrical main, a lot of the things that we've been seeing at Riverfield and even Holland Hill coming up that are going to really make these numbers go up high.
But before we spend any money even on, I mean, I think we're going to have to get a handle on that first, because if it doesn't make any sense, spending $500,000 or $600,000, which is I think what you're looking for, to start doing all that, it's going to be, I don't know whether we should try to shortcut that before we realize whether it's even feasible.
I agree.
And have a conversation then with the board,
Yep.
maybe this body, regarding the finance of it, to see whether it's even worth it.
Correct.
Because we shouldn't spend a lot of money with architects and starting putting that things together before we kind of get a handle on that, only because of the uniqueness of that property. Things we know. Correct?
Correct. I
Okay.
agree.
So I would tell the board and central administration that before they go too far with that, I just don't want to spend, $500,000 to $1 million and say, come to us and say, you know what, the cost is astronomically high per square foot to get that done.
No, I don't want to do that either.
Can I ask another question then? So the estimates you have in here for Mill Hill, what do they actually represent?
It was a 504 based on Riverfield and Holland Hill.
But not based on taking into
site,
account the
no.
difficulty of the topography?
No, not only that,
So
but
if we decide that that school just needs a renovation versus a renovation plus an addition, these numbers still should come down dramatically?
yes. I also want to look at the site stuff. We've been seeing more and more upgrades of the engineering water mains coming into these schools that are 60, 70 years old that we weren't expecting. Electrical feed and mains coming in, gas lines coming in. They're all 60, 70 years old, and we're seeing that at Riverfield and even Holland Hill, we're going to need to replace those, and the site work is going up in cost.
Okay. So some of this, again, this is not a fully baked cost estimate for what it's going to cost to do an addition at Mill Hill then.
Right.
We just have to wait till we get the projections.
All right, Mr. DeWitt? Thank you, Mr. Walsh. And I'll come back to you. Do you have any?
I might have another question.
Just to maybe inquire a little bit to what Mr. Walsh is talking about. So the waterfall here for Mill Hill, not this year's budget, next year's budget, includes 1.5 million. That is along the same lines of the quote-unquote seed money we gave Holland Hill, which was a new concept, right? We gave him $1.3 million, I think it was.
$1,240,000.
$1,240,000, thank you, and said, go out and figure this out, and I think it worked pretty well, and they held to that budget. Mr. Walsh, are you saying that, I mean, I thought we all agreed that model worked. Are you saying you wouldn't even consider that seed money of 1.5 even just for exploration?
Well, I think if I was going to be approving stuff, I'm going to hope that you have a lot better numbers before us and what projections are and what the cost per square footage is, because in the end of the day, if we need the capacity, it may be cheaper to do other places. And we might need to
Right.
do that since there could be a redistricting in your future as it is. So, you know, we're really going to have to look at that number, and you should just be prepared for that line of questioning the next time you're
We will.
before us, because
Yeah.
I'm just not going to, personally, not going to be approving $1.5 million
Agreed.
for this without a lot of estimates and pretty good estimates on what the plan would be over there, how it would be done, what the costs are.
Yep, we want to look at an environmental study for that site, the engineering, and certainly their enrollment and demographer work.
I mean, it really is only projected at about $1 million more than what we project Holland Hill to be, which does seem a little conservative. Oh, but much to your point, we should know this number on the enrollment, in 30 days.
Well, and I think I just want to reiterate how important the enrollment is and understanding that, because when you look at the elementary, even the chart that you have in the book right now, elementary is back up again in 25, 26. And we also don't want to be in a situation where we're deciding based on 16, 17, 17, 18, what's happening with enrollment, because enrollment does this, and we all know that in schools. And if you look at the chart up through 25, 26, elementary's back up again, and middle school's going down. So you see that next wave coming through. We're trying to be very meticulous, and obviously we need to do more on getting that real number so that we understand that. But being very meticulous about and strategizing what are there ways as we're trying to inform the community and work with the community on this whole structural change kind of conversation. And what we've really discussed is do you build a 504, not build a 504? It seems like the community has been committed to that, but do you reverse the phasing? Because right now with our buildings, we actually do the expansion, and then we do the renovation, which means that, you have all of the children who, if you don't really need the renovation immediately, would you not be better off to increase that educational quality for children first? So discussions like that will be big decisions going forward. At Mill Hill, will that be a building where the board may want to think about flipping the phase 1, phase 2, so that you can actually make that better over time for student enrollment as well? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just, I think we're also going to have the conversation, and I agree that if the numbers show that they're going back up, we need to deal with that. I don't want to be short-sighted about it. The question is where to put them. Is it, if it's cheaper and half the price to build that someplace else, I'm going to tell you, I think we should build it someplace else, not there. And that's why I think your idea of maybe just doing phase 2 first might work until we get a better idea of where the projections are going.
Mrs. Esmond.
Sticking with Mill Hill, as a potential matter of urgency, you mentioned fire code updates. I don't know whether we're talking abatements and we have a timeline that forces us to do that sooner rather than later?
No.
Okay.
Most of it, the things we're getting from the fire department and their inspections are minor, but generally when we do a renovation addition, we want to include sprinkler systems to protect our investment, and the older schools don't have sprinklers, don't have fire protection.
So that's primarily what it
That's
consists
the
of.
main thing. And
Any other
protect children.
questions? All right.
About that.
Mr. Cullen, thank you for walking us through this schedule. We'll turn it back over to Mr. Dwyer. You wanted to go to technology spend
And
next?
so we thought we would go to technology, and I can do Word and Excel, but at the hardware side, I'm short, so the superintendent and Nancy will walk you through that.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Cullen, thank you.
And I do want to apologize for getting this memo to you late. It's, because it doesn't show up on the waterfall chart, it seems like it kind of just is sitting out there as this item that does have a significant cost. So we wanted to be sure that you got the information from the school district about the technology component. So I'm going to turn it over to Nancy Burns, and she can explain what this is for.
And before you do that, I just want to give this a context. So we've got a document in front of us which talks about in 19 and 20 spending about $2 million. Mr. Mayor, is this nowhere included in anything having to do with our debt schedules?
That's a correct statement. This item actually came to my attention a couple of months ago, and requested that the Board of Ed put them on their schedule over to us, but I guess it didn't make it, and I didn't notice that it wasn't there.
Okay, so this is in addition to the waterfalls that we will have before us tonight, not included in the waterfalls. Okay.
I can put a little context on that for you as well. For those of you that were around 10 or so years ago when we did the initial switch upgrade, that was also several years after the decision had been made by the town bodies not to bond technology, which we had traditionally done in the early 2000s. The early part of my career here, actually. Midway through the switch project, because we had, I think at the time it was around $500,000 to finish the project, I actually believe it was Mr. Walsh as a selectman who brought forward the thought of bonding the switch project because it was a large sum of money and because it had at least a 5-year life cycle, because we were trying to solve an IBNR problem. So sorry to bring up the 4 initial word that we don't want to talk about. But that was another reason why I thought it would be important to bring it forward, because if we can bond this investment, which is integral to the technology usage of the students and the faculty in the school system, it would, I think, help all of us fund the other things that we need to do with technology. The document you have in front of you gives you sort of the overall background of the switches themselves, what a switch does, why we still need them, and also the growth in the use of technology in the district. In the 10 years or so since we finished the last project, we've more than doubled the amount of ports we have. And when I say ports, I'm talking about the outlets. And if you all reflect on your own homes and you think of the things that you're now connecting to your wireless technology in your home or plugging into an Ethernet port in your office, you realize that, it's the Internet of Things is what they call it today. We're connecting things like security systems, door mechanisms, IP camera systems. Eventually, our phone system will be IP-based, as well as the wireless that provides Internet access and access to the network for the students and the faculty. I'm pleased to say that the number has gone down since we first started projecting it, because there's a lot of competition in the marketplace right now. So even though we've doubled the amount of capacity we're looking for, the number came in more around $2 million than the 2.8 that I was carrying in the 5-year technology replacement plan waterfall, which many of you saw as part of our budget presentations over the last few years. There was a line item there that showed that. But again, to reiterate, I don't think it made it to the waterfall for the short-term bonding projects and requests, simply for the fact that we've been going by the fact that we kind of had to pay as we go. But I knew, again, historically, we had that anomaly, so I thought I'd bring it forward, and Dr. Jones agreed. Welcome to answer any questions you might have.
Anyone have questions right now? Mr. Becker?
So, it does seem pretty recent. So what was what were either the last year or the last 2 years for this project, the last time we did the switches?
We did them over a 3-year period between
Okay.
2009 and 2011.
Okay.
So
And
not
we-
quite 10 years
So
ago.
not quite 10 years ago, but we would anticipate attempting to do the project in 2019, because we also have capacity for potential grant money. The Universal Service Fund, which is also called E-rate, is currently allowing what they call Priority 2 money, which formerly we were not allowed to actually utilize. The last year of that funding is 2019, and that would give us somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 in potential grant money to reduce the number down to about $1.6 million.
And the, those are done on 10-year bonds? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you remember? Or were they lower?
I have no idea. Excuse me, I have no idea what they were bonded on in '09. I wasn't here, or if they were bonded.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm
But
just trying to figure
What we bond
out.
now is,
Well, the estimated useful life is 5 to 7 years, so even if we were to get 10 years out of them, you'd probably want to go with a lower bonding period if you were to bond it.
Yeah, well, that's our bonding guidelines, to make sure
Yeah.
we're not bonding something past its useful
Right.
life. So regardless of what happened in the past, going forward,
Right.
we'd make sure that aligns with the useful life.
Well, and I think, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I remember what occurred, and I remember the reasons why we went and did it, and
Why we bonded.
yeah, at the time, and sort of,
We
I do.
bonded that because we didn't have a bonding
No, no,
there
procedure in
was.
place. But it was associated with an expansion, was it not?
Well, no, we did have the bonding policy in place. We did it because, as Mrs. Burns quite
Yeah.
right points out, it was a very large item. It was considered the backbone, and we made an exception for it for technology. What the technology not doing, not bonding, was really about computers and printers.
Yeah,
copiers.
for lack of a better term, consumer electronics is what we're
Correct.
not bonding.
No.
Right.
Infrastructure, we've always taken a look at bonding. We didn't want to bond smart boards and PCs when we got into some of that.
aware of that, and I guess I'm trying to figure out, how did we do the bonding last time? Are we looking to do to do a 5-year for this then? Which we
That's,
do
if that's the estimated
pretty
useful life.
infrequently.
I would just ask our chief fiscal officer
And-
how we would plan to do it if it has a
Yeah.
5-year life.
Well, question 1 was, how do we do it last time? Question 2 is, how do we plan on doing it this time? And then question 3, which will be answered probably by question 1, are we going to be paying for the old switch and the new at the same time, even if only for a year or two? And just trying to understand that sort of timeline. And obviously hoping that the answer is no to question 3, because obviously paying for one that's in a trash can and one that's new at the same time is not ideal, so. And we don't do 5-year bonds very often. 10 is sort of the, 10,
No, we've
15,
done
20. We do some 5s, but not as frequent, so. So I guess if we can get, as a follow-up, if we can find out how the last one was bonded, because obviously we don't have the answer tonight. And then if we can, tonight, I don't know if you can, if the chief fiscal officer can let us know what the intent is on this one, if it's 5 or some other multiple.
Can I?
think that would be some
I think those are
clarity.
very valid questions that do deserve a follow-up. I think it's a little more difficult to answer the question of how you're going to bond the new one yet until we have more information on it. But certainly how they're bonding the old one and at what time that runs out, I think is perfectly appropriate. I do have one more question for you before, because I think, does anybody have any other questions on technology at this point?
3
Go
phases,
right
just
ahead.
pay
Go ahead, Ms. Esmond.
I have a question on the, you say the largest unknown would be the availability of the represented model. So the switch has a 5 to 7 year lifespan, but what is the life cycle of technology changes? And is that what you mean by this? Because I assume some variable cost would be involved.
It's hard
as
to
well.
predict what a vendor will do, because it depends on whether there's a technological breakthrough that would make people, want to make a particular type or model or technology obsolete. And I'm chuckling inside because I had the same question 10 years ago. I don't have my crystal ball, as I didn't have it 10 years ago. But with respect, generally speaking, the models we're talking about are usually available for about 3 years, new from the vendor. One of the things we've done to be able to maintain the port count increase that you see in the memorandum is buying refurbished equipment. And that's one of the reasons we've been able to keep things going.
And this is a 2-year timeline in terms of the project.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Walsh?
So just to confirm, you don't see any technology on the horizon that's going to take the place of switches, correct?
No.
Okay. Secondly, in regards to, I mean, I understand that there's an immediate need because they all seem to be going at the same time, or are you going to be purchasing them over a 3-year period? How would
Well,
that work?
we are proposing a 2-year phase,
Okay.
basically because of the demand for them, which is a little different than it was the last time. The last time we did a proof of concept the first year, and then we rolled out significantly the following 2 years. We're at the point now where we're unable to utilize certain technologies. For one of our projects is to upgrade the K-8 school wireless that we put in several years ago, because we're trying to support 24/7, 365 learning. There are more devices. Kids are starting to bring more devices in the middle schools and such. And in order to meet those capacity needs, we need to use the newer technology. And the current switches can't support it. They don't have enough power available to them. They don't support certain transmission speeds. There's a variety of technical reasons why we're sort of at that precipice now of needing to upgrade what we have.
And what percentage of the additional 8,000 connections are going to be for the VoIP phone system?
I have not factored into this request anything that to do with the VoIP system. I just need the capacity of the equipment to be able to support it, because mixing switches is somewhat difficult unless you're talking just the head-end switches, which are the ones at the, I'll call it the main focal point in or out of a particular site or building. We expect most of the VoIP will go through the desktop, because most of our phones are in office locations. We will have some need for those people that use portable devices to have ports that have access, and that may require additional ports to be added to the network. And in some of my closets right now, where all these lovely boxes sit that nobody ever looks at, we're at capacity. And it would make, there are limitations in how long the wire basically between the outlet and the closet can be for them to function properly. So what we would be looking to do is, the newer switches take less physical plant. They basically talk about units. The current ones take 4. Some of the newer ones take 2. So that would give us capacity without having to look for other closets or enlarging the closets we currently have.
With respect to the VoIP, we had a network synergy analysis done of our current switches and to determine if we had enough capacity for a phone system, and we got a report back that provides what kind of upgrades we need for the VoIP. It's not a significant amount, and the funding for that is included in the VoIP capital plan.
Okay. And then will that phone system include the school system, or are they going to be paying for their own?
It includes the phone system is for the entire.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
The phone system is for the school district and the town.
Okay, so in the bonding number, when that ever comes before us, you will be supplying them extra switches, not only for the town side, but for the Board of Education side.
There's a
and all
minimal
of-
amount, yeah, that is necessary for the upgrade to satisfy the needs for the VoIP, yes.
Okay. I know the town uses a lot less switches. but
They do.
But is that the reason why we've never seen any requests from the town in regards to this? Okay. Which raises the next question. Is obviously they have a lot less, they roll it into their hardware requests on a yearly basis, and it's buried in there. If we were to give you this money, it just seems to me at some point, you're telling me you don't see switches ever going away. We need them every 5 to 7 years. And it seems to me that we should try to budget for a certain amount of switches per year if we were to bond for this. This way, there would always be money for switches, and we would never have to invest. And this way, you could purchase them, maybe a whole school at a time, or a couple of schools at a time, along the way. And this way, we could act like the town does, where everything's properly in the budget for that year, and we wouldn't have to have a bond. I understand we're in a predicament now, because we did this a lot. We bought them all over a 3-year period, and now all of a sudden they're all going. But it seems to me that if we do decide to bond this, that we should probably get some system in place that would prevent us from ever having to bond for this, since we know that this is just a usable device, just like we have in our home. We use it for 4 or 5 years, 7 years, if you're lucky, and we throw it in the garbage can. Yeah. So I think we should have a conversation about that when this bond comes before us.
It's very similar to what we did with paving. It's very similar to it's a transition plan to get it into the operating budget from the capital budget.
It's kind of like what we did with the police cars, which are a lot bigger. We use them, we burn them up, and we decide not to pay the finance charges for them.
Well, I hope we don't burn them up, but, yeah. Mrs. Marvin?
Hi, I just want to build on Mr. Walsh's comment. I was thinking in terms of the town versus the central office, the schools. Has there been any discussion with the IT head in the town in terms of sharing costs, their needs for upgrades, or are they completely separate and never the twain shall meet? I'm just thinking cost savings and overall strategic planning.
I'll tell you, Dave and I work very closely together. We meet every other week, and we exchange ideas about projects, staff, personnel issues, you name it, and we're talking about it. So the VoIP project's a good example where we've talked about the infrastructure needs. We encourage the use of some funds to analyze what the infrastructure for both the town and the Board of Ed is. There are times we piggyback on each other's bids, we did a wireless bid not too long ago, and I believe Dave took advantage of those numbers. So there's a lot that goes on between the two of us. Now, our situations are very different. Obviously, my constituency group or user group is much larger, and we have more facilities, but he also has to deal with public safety in a different method than I do. So there are a lot of interesting conversations that we have about that, but I would say that we take advantage and leverage where we can on a regular basis.
So I guess more specifically, in this case where you're asking for significant upgrades at a cost of $2 million, are there cost-sharing opportunities with the town?
Well, if the
in
town
this
selected to
instance?
upgrade their switches, they could piggyback on our bid in most cases, meaning they could use the same numbers. Because we buy larger quantities, we tend to get deeper discounts than the town would if they did a similar upgrade. They are not using wireless in the way we are. They're not supporting students carrying 3 devices around in their pockets. So the needs are very different. So I would defer to Dave to describe the priorities of the town versus the Board of Ed. But those are why there are some major differences between the two institutions, if you will. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious in terms of, more specifically, if there are ways to marry the costs or spread the costs.
Yeah, as Mr. Walsh pointed out, the town basically, switches wear out, we replace. And the number of switches that the town has is what, 6? David, are you?
Let's, we're devolving a little bit into specifics here.
So
This isn't before us for approval, so I
Right.
don't want to get into how many we got, how we're going to do this, how we're going to buy. It's now before us, is $2 million. You're giving us the heads up that this might be coming, right? I think it's a valid point that let's get together on the Board of Ed side and town side and get what we need, right? But let's move forward from going into the details of how many at this point.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, I wasn't going to say how many, I was just saying they have a bunch. And
Great.
the reason, I'm thinking, like I said, as Mr. Walsh pointed out, we replace ours as they wear out. I think a big reason for this is a one-time, and I think most of them last 10 years. I don't think they last 5. I think most of them do last 10 years. But it's my understanding the big reason for this purchase is that the current switch configuration that the Board of Ed has does not satisfy the needs of the increased load based
they've
upon
got
the
capacity
radios.
Yeah, she said that.
Yeah, but based upon the new technology, the surveillance calendars, cameras, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why it's a need for a one-time purchase.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions on this topic? The one thing I want to ask, and I want to make sure, we're going to have a discussion later on operations. And one of the key things that I've seen in the corporate world has been the ability to leverage technology to reduce costs. I want to make sure that our technologists are tasked with doing the same thing as we move forward, and that our technology spend is associated with an expense reduction, and that there's a return on that investment. I know that in some instances, we need bare bones stuff because we're so far behind, and I can appreciate that. But are you being tasked with what I'm saying regarding technology spend and where we have the opportunity to spend more on technology to reduce our ongoing costs? Is that being evaluated right now?
Well, I can speak for my department and some of the conversations I've had with David and Dr. Jones and my supervisors, that yes, we are looking at all sorts of options and opportunities that are there. I believe the study that's underway will bring out some other efficiencies that are there. We have working project meetings looking at ways that we can improve things. And not only just to save technology money, but also to improve what our customer or client experience is, helping our parents navigate through the various systems that we have.
I can totally appreciate that, and my expectation, it would always be that.
Sure.
That we would improve the customer service level and the user experience.
Yep.
Use
If you'd
sheets
like to
of
see
rock.
the wallpaper from a big meeting we had this morning in my office about how we could do things differently, you're welcome to come by and see it.
I might just do that. That'll scare me. But I would like to know that we're leveraging technology where possible to reduce our operating expenses on a go-forward basis. That's what my focus is. I would assume anything we do technology would be to better the experience for the user as well. So thank you. Is there any other question, comment, concern? Or we can move on from the Board of Education now on this topic. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate it. We'll go to Mr. Mayor and the department heads on your, on the waterfall overall and the town side spend. And again, I would like to remind everybody, we're not vetting specific projects. We're getting an overall basis.
And Tom, just so I can clarify, the issue of bonding computer stuff, we will add this to the waterfall chart so that it's accurate, and we'll pursue the conversation of, at some point, looking to budget on an annual basis so that it's not a reoccurring thing.
Yeah,
Is that, have we heard that correctly?
I think that's
Okay,
appropriate.
thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go just at the highlights. You have the document in front of you, it's not colorful. Exhibit 1, very briefly, to divide up into thirds. The first tier is the Board of Ed. The capital projects, the dollar amounts in there are the amounts that would be spent that given year. It's not the amount of a capital project that starts or ends or finishes in that beginning year. It's the amount that's spent in that year. Then the reimbursements number is the amount that's reimbursed that year. So you might have spent the money 2 years ago, 3 years ago. The capital project might be long gone, but it's just the reimbursement amount is flowing in at that
Right.
particular period of time. And that's broken down between the capital projects over $1 million and then the non-recurring. And then the same thing for the town in the middle, and then the Board of Ed at the bottom. I think if you go to Exhibit 2, I think that's a major exhibit here in that the top part, the top half is the total dollar value of the debt service projections, and the bottom half is the comparison of the actual capital projects, the total, the capital plan last year versus the capital plan this year. So you can see on the top half, the total debt service for the period 17 through 26 is $17 million going to the right-hand column, $17 million less per the current capital plan than what was presented last year's capital plan.
Can I, Mr. Mayor, this is this is both town and Board of Ed. I just want to be clear.
It's a correct statement.
Yep, thank
And
you.
then some of that gets, as you can see in the next bold numbers, the positive $9 million, so some of that $17 million gets captured in the years 2036 to 2045. And this is a combination of primarily interest rates have not changed that much, a little bit higher, but not significant. It's mostly a movement of projects out, and go down to the bottom, you can see that the total value of capital projects, net of reimbursements, is $2 million. So on the town side, you have a total of $37 million last year. It's still $37 million. The Board of Ed side, you had $52 million last year. It's now $56 million for a total of $90 million versus $94 million. So very, very little, limited movement on the town side. So I think those are the highlights. There's 4 departments that have, from the town, that have projects in here. The fire department, the police department, Department of Public Works, and IT. And Tony and Phil are still at the podium because
You want to make room for somebody to come up. Is that what you're asking?
I don't know. I don't know if you have something else to say.
No? No?
I know those are VIP seats.
Turn.
They come with cocktails. There's one I want to point out on the department request schedule that has it year by year. If you note that the fire department has pumpers every other year. heard their input. However, for some reason, a pumper that the fire department requested for fiscal year 2025 to 2026 was, is in this plan a year earlier than it should be. So other than that, I'd like to invite Mr.
So, Mr. Mayor, before we get into any of the details that board members might want to ask about, quick question for you. Same thing I asked Mr. Cullen, really. What's your thoughts on the completeness of what you've been able to put together on the town side? Have you tried to include all projects on the town
Absolutely.
side? And what have you done on the rate side? They did an escalator of about 3% per year to allow for that. What did you do on the rate side?
The projects on the town side, the value of the projects were determined by the department heads,
Okay?
so they would be responding to that.
Okay. And what you're saying, the interesting part here is on the capital plans, you've largely remained unchanged on your number of capital projects. If I look at 2016 and 2017, the total costs is still about $37,460,000. The real differential here has been you're upping the amount of the reimbursements by about $1.7 million. Fair statement?
Yes, I think it's 1.1 or something like that.
It's 1.661.
Okay.
Or 1.671, really. Okay. So which exhibit would you direct us to now? Exhibit 3?
Well, I was going to just, Exhibit 3 is just kind of a list of the projects that we're on. I was going to just go directly into, but if you want to go over that. there's a
You
list-
were, wait, you lost me. What did you just say? You were just...
I was going to skip over it, but if you want, we can go through it. I was going to have the people that come up and address their individual projects,
Well, let's,
but...
they can do that
yeah.
through this. Let's go to Exhibit 3, everybody. Does everybody have that in front of them? And does anybody have questions on specific projects right now? Questions on specific projects? Some of these projects are completely off the list now. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Mayor?
They are, there's projects from 16 that are completely off because they've either been completed or somehow folded in with something else or dropped.
What have been dropped specifically? And who dropped them?
That would have been between the administration and the department heads.
Okay, so
Basically, if you look, the ones that are dropped are all down at the bottom.
Yep.
Some of those have been, and like, some of them are just like show reimbursements, so they were completed earlier. But, like, all of those are, like, obviously, the clubhouse pavilion the Penfield Pavilion is completed. But those are all DPW projects, so
So which ones have been dropped, though?
that's what I'm saying, they're all DPW projects. I would ask Mr. Michelangelo to respond to that question.
The clubhouse renovation is a DPW project?
Except... That is the, I'm sorry, I left out Mr. Calabresi, that is Mr. Calabresi's project.
Is that, what's going on with that one specifically? Go ahead. Hi, Mr. Calabrese. Just because that's a $3 million number that was on here last year that's no longer on here, what's going on?
Right now, the clubhouse, I believe, is in the process of, they just appointed the owner's rep, and we're still waiting for a building committee to be appointed.
So why would we lose a $3 million item if we're going forward with the building committee?
Yeah, I don't know what the term drop means. The project's very much alive. We're in the process of interviewing members for the building committee. I expect the building committee to be approved in October. So I'm not sure, I'm not clear on what the term drop means, if we can...
Well, drop would mean either, it would mean discontinued and/or renamed, I guess. But I certainly don't,
Did we rename this radio system?
That's Fire Station 4 replacement.
Would that help get it
So-
approved?
So,
Mr.
yeah, I'm going to have to...
Anthony, you got an answer?
I don't have an answer, and I didn't ask for
Well,
it to
thanks
be
for coming
removed,
up.
so,
I
yeah,
appreciate it.
Anytime. It's always nice to speak with you guys.
So if that's,
I'm looking at the detail, I don't know how that could have been, that's supposed to start in, like, this year, next year.
Yeah, 2007 or 8. That was a joke.
Yeah, I know.
No, practically speaking, if we're approving a building committee in October, which is the goal, a little tight that we'll have to, because of the election and change in our TAM. But I would expect that, like any building projects, the first thing they do is bring on the architect, and the other pieces, we'd probably get some seed money approved for that, and they'd move forward from that standpoint.
no, I'm really not worried about the timing of it.
Yeah.
Just want
No,
to make sure that this
I'm
list of-
puzzled by that.
Yeah, and it doesn't appear that it is.
Yeah, yeah, I'm puzzled. I didn't notice that, you just pointed it out.
Yeah, can we figure that out, because that puts a little bit of a different shine on this,
Totally.
please? And we also seem to have had, it's funny, we have a whole bunch of zeros here for capital, but we have reimbursements associated with that. It's good governmental accounting, but I'm not sure it's going to work that way.
Well, you'd have reimbursements without projects if the project had been already completed.
So we haven't gotten the reimbursement yet,
Haven't
so
got the
what you're saying.
reimbursement yet.
So this is really supposed to be cash flow.
Correct.
Got it, thank you.
But that's, the clubhouse pavilion is,
Does anybody have questions on any other specific projects here on this Exhibit 3? Mr. Walsh, did you have something?
Other than the clubhouse renovation for $3 million, have all those other matters been completed? I just want to make sure none of them are just being removed or haven't been accounted for.
good question. I mean, it's given that no one is missing. is-
Okay, so let's say Kings Highway streetscape, we were just talking about that. Is that,
On the Kings Highway streetscape, I think that was a couple of them that were repackaged. So there's 3 sections of the Kings Highway streetscape, and over the course of the last several years, there's been a tremendous amount of grant money coming to the
we talked
town
about
for
this a couple weeks ago.
that. Correct, yeah, and
Yeah,
and
so the answer there is the Kings Highway East streetscape for 1.75, which is zeroed out, is moved above and renamed Kings Highway East streetscape reimbursement, and included Kings Highway improvement, 80% reimbursed for $2 million, correct?
correct.
Okay. What's the South Pine Creek Dike?
South Pine Creek Dike was a project that we had in one of the out years, probably like around 5 or 6 years out. And the envisioning of that was to raise the elevation of the current dike that's down there now. One of the things we had hoped to do through a grant was combine with the Army Corps of Engineer and do a study for that project. We were not able to get the Army Corps to participate in the study with the town, so with the thinking, if the study is dead, it's, right now, it's difficult to envision a project on, year 6 if we don't have a study going on currently for the feasibility of it.
Okay, so that project's dead. Penfield Pavilion is done. Clubhouse renovation looks like an error. All correct? Is that a fair statement, Mr. Mayor?
That's what it looks like to me.
Okay, so the WPCA items are complete, we're awaiting reimbursement. Storm Sandy, complete, waiting reimbursement. And here we have the South Pine Creek Dike again listed, it's at 0, but a reimbursement of 1.5 million. Should that reimbursement come out as well?
Yes, it should.
Okay. So this schedule just needs a little bit of cleanup to figure out what's what. Any other questions? Does anybody have questions on items up above? We just went through the items that are eliminated. The rest of the items all are carried forward. Does anybody else have questions?
Just with the
Mr.
$3 million
Walsh.
missing out of the waterfall for the clubhouse renovations, that's going to have to be redone, correct? Are we going to be moving things or projects around to cover that, or how is that going to work?
Well, we'll add it to the list and update all our information.
All right, so will Exhibit 4 then be changed, and we're going to be moving things from one year to the next and things like that? Because of the addition of $3 million. I'm not sure whether it's over 1 year, multiple years.
Well, that would be probably be bonded for, we're bonding each year now, so that'll probably be bonded for in either July of 18 or 19.
Mhm.
And as you see on Schedule 2, there's savings there between 16 and 17 on the capital plan. So the first bonded, the first principal payment would be in 19, so, or 20, so those dollar differences would be less different. The savings would be less each year.
In other words, what you're saying is you don't plan on moving things around, you plan on re-including the golf course and redoing the waterfall model to include the $3 million, correct?
I would think so. You're talking,
So instead of being 1.6 to the good or 1.7 to the good on the town side, will be about,
talking about 150,000 plus 2% each year.
yeah, but overall will be about, if that $3 million number holds, you'll be about $1.4 million to the bad year over year.
Oh, down on the bottom half of the list,
Yeah.
yes, sir. Right. And the impact on the upper schedule, starting in 20, would be about a negative, about 150, 165,000 a year, approximately.
That's a 20-year bond, right?
Yes.
Questions on the individual projects themselves?
Can I just ask a question about, so when, you'll correct these and just get us new ones? Only because I just want to be able to keep this
Yeah,
for the
no,
year.
totally,
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
great, thank you.
Feel
Thank
bad
you,
about
Mr.
that.
Walsh.
No problem.
Anybody else on individual projects, questions, comments, concerns? So what you're saying is,
We'll
We're
correct
gonna-
that fire bill.
we're going to verify the accuracy of this, correct? So that we can, now, because one thing's wrong, being a former auditor, everything else
You
kind
got
of...
that right.
Right. So we need to go through this and make sure that all the projects are listed. And then your other statement about it being all accurate and complete and you've got everything covered will be an accurate statement. I'm not, that stuff happens, I get it. I'm not,
Yeah.
that wasn't a shot in any way, shape, or form.
It's, hate to term it's what it is, but it's what it is.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Walsh?
To DPW, these bridges that we have here are everything that we know about. You have no idea of any other bridge that needs to be repaired coming up over the next, however long this goes out for.
Correct. So I think there's 7 of them listed on this waterfall
Yes.
over the years.
Yep.
So, it's possible that something on the out year, when we come to year 7, there may be a bridge that supersedes old fields, so to speak.
Okay.
And we may, prioritize that in front of them. But these are the best projections of the bridges, the sequence that we expect them to come up.
And
Yeah,
how-
Joe, these, just to clarify, these all come from a federal inspection,
State, right?
Well, state, correct.
state inspections? So
Uh,
that's how they get added to this, so it's not something we're doing. So in terms of, we basically prioritize them off that, and as soon as they hit the category, then they get onto this, so.
But
Every 2 years, the state inspects, correct.
every 2 years, each bridge has a state inspection.
Every bridge over 20 feet long in the state of Connecticut gets inspected every 2 years.
Okay. and then we get whatever it's rated, and then whatever. So, other than an inspection being done during this period of time, and all of a sudden there being an emergency requirement because something happened that wasn't expected, we could see something pop up then.
Or storm damage, as we saw
Or
from Sandy.
damage, or car damage, or some other form of unexpected situation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on specific? Talk to us briefly about the radio. We don't need to go into significant detail, but it's $4 million, so remind us of that again. The radio system, thank you, Mr. Calabrese, thank you.
Radio system is from the police
We need
department.
Mr. Michelangelo to stay at the table there, because we have WPCA coming up.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's going to be a big issue that I'd like to talk about. Thank you, chiefs. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Yes, thank you.
I don't anticipate this being a long conversation, but could you remind us about the radio
So
system?
there's two things about our radio system. It's about 17 years old currently, and it operates on an analog system, meaning that it is very outdated. So two things that are driving this. One is our equipment is no longer being built. So anything that breaks has to be sent out to, generally to Motorola, to be fixed. And our radio system is comprised of not only the system within the police department, it's also a variety of different locations throughout town that allow us to get the best reception. Some are additional receivers, and there is an additional transmitter. So that system is how it exists and operates today, but it is analog in nature, and the equipment is outdated. All of our radio systems are phone lines that run into the building. Now, in addition to that, FCC ruling has come out that indicates in 2022, the federal government is transitioning several people that operate under our band, our frequency, off of that frequency. Now, there's the real potential that our frequency as it sits now will not exist. The government is planning, the FCC is planning to sell those frequencies to private organizations, which would require us to move off of the frequency. So there's two components to it. One is the operation of it, and the other is the frequency with which we operate on. Both are in peril of no longer existing.
What's the time frame for replacing this right now? I don't have, it's buried in here. What's
Yeah, so we are, there are so many different options when it comes to radio systems and the way in which we reconstruct our radio system. And it-
Can you go for the $2 million option instead of the
Well,
$4 million?
obviously, if you look at track record, we certainly would look to go towards a lower option, and we're exploring a lot of different options. Most recently, the state backbone, the state has come up with a system that runs consistently throughout the state, that we're looking at an option of maybe joining the state system at no cost. However, that system doesn't cover all of our particular needs, so there would be a cost with increasing the internal workings of our radio system. So there's a variety of different things, building them on our own or certainly coming under the state system. I can tell you in our initial discussions, we do believe that the state system provides us the best functionality and cost savings, and we are currently in discussions with the state to test the system, to see what coverage we currently have, because the state doesn't design the system for the town of Fairfield, it designs it for itself. However, we can now test that to see whether or not the coverage is decent, and then what we may have to invest, whether we have to invest a few more towers or do some things to make it more favorable for the town of Fairfield.
Great. Thank you for that.
So the state system's not broadcast over a frequency?
It is, it's just different levels of
Just
frequencies.
different levels of
Yeah,
frequencies.
exactly. We're on a different band, so if you look at frequencies, and we're going to both probably go out of the realm of understanding this, but if you look at frequencies, we're on one frequency, and the federal government feels that that's no longer available. Most frequencies now that emergency services operate under are digital.
Yes.
We are not digital, so that goes into a different level.
So the state system's a digital system?
The state system's digital, which allows, it has a lot of benefits. We will get coverage from anywhere within the state. So, not that it happens often, but if some of our units are outside the town of Fairfield somewhere else and they need to communicate with Fairfield Resources for joint operations, as we've seen in Sandy Hook and elsewhere, we'd have the ability to communicate directly with them because it's a state system.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions? Seeing none, I appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, can we move on to the WPCA now?
Can I ask Mr. Mayor just to quickly whip us through the second page of Exhibit 3? When you say non-recurring remove, are you saying that this money's all been spent? All these projects have been funded and spent, as opposed to being canceled or removed by the administration by saying, don't do it?
No, those are all either been completed or folded into some other project. Like, for example, the Commerce Drive Bridge design, we learned that if we folded that into the total package, we could get reimbursement for it. So, yeah,
And then just the...
nothing on there.
And the reductions are just a section that basically you've realized that something's just going to cost less.
Correct.
Through the design process or whatever that might be. And the increases are just what...
Costing more.
Pumper, just costing more money based on years out they go or whatever.
Right.
And then all the new things have been approved by all the town bodies?
Well, things don't get approved on this list. They get approved when they are, they are new to the list. They are not newly approved.
Some of them have been approved, but not all of
The
them.
Burr Mansion kitchen upgrades, that's been approved, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so which
The
ones
the
have
two
not...
that say approved on the right.
It says in the far right-hand
Okay,
column.
I see where it is. Okay,
Right.
great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, before we go to the Exhibit 7, the WPCA, just very briefly, you can look at Exhibit 6, which shows that from 2013 to 2017, our debt service presented budget is gone down to 8%.
Yeah, but it's not going to, I mean, I appreciate the efforts. Those numbers are going to change.
Well, not between 13 and 17.
Oh, okay. Yeah, true.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Bob's not going to change his...
yeah, no, I meant going forward. Yep,
Yeah, going forward, they will definitely change.
yep.
All right, so now we have Exhibit 7, which is the beginning of the WPCA. There's been a lot of work done there. There's been consultants hired and presentations made, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Mike Langsdale.
Okay. On the memo there, I'll point your direction toward the bottom where it says identification of proposed projects and cost as per draft facilities plan. So on this version, that same memo that the version you got last year, the caveat there was the identification of projects were based on no engineering at all. So during the last year, we've had quite a bit of engineering done to evaluate our wastewater treatment plant, our pump stations, our collection system. So this is a result of that. When it's a draft facilities plan, it's a pretty thorough document about a couple of Manhattan phone books. Pretty thorough document, but it's still in the draft phase. So when I say it's in the draft phase, the WPCA has not had a chance to fully approve it yet. It will need to have a public hearing. It will be publicly vetted. Since the Connecticut DEP paid for 55% of the study work, they have to approve it also. So it's a very thorough document. The numbers are good, but once again, it's still in the draft form, hasn't seen final approval. But one thing, even though it's not the final version yet, between preparing for this meeting and also there was a solicitation from the Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection about clean water projects. So solicitation for projects for potential funding. So those two, this meeting and that converged. So we used the numbers from the draft facility plan to both submit to DEEP for our Clean Water Fund priority list and for compiling this list of future projects there. Once again, the WPCA has been active in the last several years, so the projects, you see the first 6 projects, shows the amount of work that we have ongoing in progress, and then below that is the the proposed projects that were identified as part of the facilities plan on capital work we have to do in the next 10 years.
Okay. Quick question, Mr. Mayor, is this anywhere included, this debt service, in the waterfall model?
It has its own schedule.
Right, so it's separate from
Yes.
the waterfall?
Yes. Schedule 10 is the principal and interest payment.
Right, but that's not
5 year.
included here, correct?
Correct.
So that's $65 million in principal, $16 million in interest, $81 million.
This is an 80/20 project, 80%, 20% reimbursement, 80% loan at 2% interest from the state.
And we know how that's going, okay? I have some questions, but I want to turn it over to board members first. Okay, seeing none. This is the project that we've been talking about, and the big issue here from a financing standpoint, right, is going to be how this debt gets financed and split between ratepayers and taxpayers, as I recall. Is that correct?
That has been a point of discussion, yes.
When is this project going to be ready to come before the town bodies?
Okay, once again, the timing of this is such that the WPCA has not
I understand that.
seen this.
No, with all your caveats, when do you think you're coming before us to, is this 2020, is this 2019?
Well, you know, two of the projects there are the wastewater plant upgrade design and the pump station are FY18, so current year projects.
Okay, so what we're going to need to understand is what was the history of these similar type projects and the financing for them when they were undertaken last time? Many, many years ago. Between, who paid for it? Was it baked into the WPCA ratepayers? Or was it baked into the taxpayers? And I think we need to be specific over the specific instances of this. So who paid for the study and the design, then who paid for the build, how was it split, how was it done in the past, and if we have any of the rationale. So if we have somebody that can start putting together those documents so that we're not asking these same questions, or at least we can speak to these questions when we have this dialogue. We've been hearing about this, I guess, for a couple of years, so I think it's coming up. Yes, Mr. Mottola.
And maybe I'm reading this Exhibit 7 wrong, but you have the little asterisks at the bottom, one-star projects not bonded by WPCA, and you don't have that anywhere. Then you have the double asterisks where there's local share.
Right.
But the rest of it isn't, there's no indication, which to me means that this is going to be paid by the ratepayers. Is that a fair statement?
No.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, and going back on the projects that were approved, you know, that does what Mr. Flynn was saying. That gives you a brief history of what we've been doing the last 3 years.
Right.
So, you know,
Okay.
two of the projects were split 50-50, but the last 3 projects, the generator, and East Trunk Line, were all fully funded by the WPCA.
So we just don't know under the proposed what we're going to do yet.
Well, this one specifically, if you add up the 46 and the 3 and the 2, you know, you're getting up to $55 million, and this is a project in and to itself, and the last time we did it was like 20-some-odd years ago, correct?
Correct.
So that's what I'm talking about, is that bigger one, not the incidental ones the years before, because you get into, you know, the wastewater plant upgrade design, that's $3 million, and that's coming before us presumably this year for approval for next year. And that's really the kickoff to get ready for what you're labeling here as a $55 million project or so, whatever the heck it comes out to.
With some of the smaller projects that are on this list that we have done, some have been accompanied with grants
Yeah.
that helped out, and some have been paid directly out of the reserve funds of the WPCA.
which will not be available in its entirety for this. Mr. Walsh?
In looking at the, Joe, getting past that fiscal year 17,
Yep.
do they have enough money to do the fiscal year 18 projects in their reserve? I mean, clearly, the Easton pump stations are something they normally would pay for out of their reserve.
Correct. And once again, their reserves right now are about approximately $6 million.
Okay.
So, you know, I wouldn't think that you'd want to tap out your total reserves for those two projects.
No.
Yeah, I would think that, Mr. Walsh, I think what you're getting to, or where I would take it from your comments, is that we really need a financial plan for the WPCA, because their costs here should build into a financial plan and, in essence, a revenue plan in terms of what the sewer fees ought to be.
Well, not only that, but the wastewater plant upgrade is different than some of these other things. So I think they've got to be isolated, and we got to get a list of what's the upgrade. Obviously,
Right.
the upgrade design, clearly at $3 million. The next one I see that seems to have the word wastewater in it is the $46 million, well, the right net column at $46 million dollars. But all the other costs seem to be normal things that the WPCA would pay for out of their normal maintenance, or reserve fund, excuse me.
Yeah, with possible exception maybe of the east truck line, I don't know. Trunk line, I don't know.
Is that related to the upgrade or not?
Not related to the upgrade at the plant, but just to be, you know, all these are related to our sanitary sewer system. You know, some of it conveyance and pipes and pump stations, and some at the ultimate heart of the system.
Simply put, this is maintenance on the overall system. These are not new lines that didn't exist before.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then-
look, it's a philosophical discussion about, and it's going to come down to real dollars and cents. How do we pay for this? Who pays for it?
And whether there's a differential between a plant upgrade requirement versus normal, some of these other projects which are more run-of-the-mill, come up all the time,
It's a fair statement.
or maintenance versus whatever.
Any other questions on WPCA at this point? Mr. Becker?
So, yeah, if you go to schedule, I think it might have been, maybe it was 6 or 8, with the, schedule 6, with the debt as a percentage of the budget. So factoring this in, obviously if we put it on the town side entirely, these numbers are going to spike quite a bit. I think in these discussions, it'd be helpful to see what it would do with that. But then also, if it stays within the WPCA as that scenario, how is that going to be viewed from a ratings agency when it comes to that sort of 10% threshold? Because over here, I see we've made a lot of progress. I think the boards and the administration a lot of credit for that, and the Board of Ed. We've been able to drive ourselves from pushing over 10 to comfortably in the 8s. So this project could affect that in some capacity. So if we don't have the answer now, I mean, if that can be a follow-up, but I think it'd be very helpful in this discussion to take that into account, to make sure that we're in good shape there.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just want to be clear, the Exhibit 10 is here, and you have not put it as part of the waterfall because these decisions have not been made, is that correct? Of how we're going to go about doing this? I mean, we seem to know the projects are going to be required, it's just, you're waiting for the bodies to make a decision on how it's going to be financed?
Correct.
And whether we're going to do it, obviously. We have to do it at a certain point, but when we're going to
Right.
start it?
Yeah, there's Chairman Flynn stated philosophical reasons, and then there's,
I'd also point out, just as
let's leave it philosophical.
as the discussion started here, it might be split, some on the town side, some as part of WPCA. There's a certain amount of flexibility there.
Let me, are there any other questions on this topic? Because I want to wrap up this section of the meeting. It's gone out for 2 hours now. If there's none, here's a couple things on this. On this schedule, let's not go through the waterfall, let's get it updated for any inconsistencies that we've seen. So let's, at our next meeting, put a discussion of the waterfall on here. The other item is on the waterfall, can we put the last column as to what we believe, based on these projections, the total level of debt will be for the town at the end of each of those fiscal years? Okay, so we know what our debt level is. So is it going from, 230 to 220, or is it staying at 230? Is it going to 300? And the only other comment
Just
I
add that to Exhibit 6, is that what you're saying?
yeah, add it to the waterfall exhibit. Add it to the waterfall exhibit.
Will that make the waterfall type any smaller?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I got glasses. The only other item I have, the question, and I think we need to get an answer for this, and it's relevant to the WPCA discussion. As I understand, the only one that can issue bonds is us, right? It doesn't come through the WPCA. Is
I
that
don't
correct?
believe that's correct.
You don't believe that's correct?
The WPSA, I believe, is allowed to issue bonds. Now, the challenge there is I don't believe they could issue them without us guaranteeing them.
That's what I thought,
All right,
because
so
here's my
my
question.
answer, Tom, is yes and no. How about that?
Right, well, because here's my question, and you'll get this.
Yeah.
We've got that 10% threshold we've been trying to stay to. Once we start lopping on $50 million on top of that threshold, you're going to blow through the 10% of your overall operating budget. So I want to see, what impact that has on us as we confront this moving down, because we might have to say, I think we all know that the water treatment facility has to be upgraded at a certain point, right? And we're getting close to that point. What does that do to the availability with that threshold to fulfill some of these other projects? Which goes to the point of, should it be on the waterfall or not? Maybe not, because we're not financing it, right? Because that decision hasn't been made. But it certainly, there's a debt, a total debt that's got to go on there.
Either way, we have to be aware of it, however we represent it in these reports.
Correct.
So yes.
Correct.
And in that same vein, I guess, in talking with our outside finance people in our bond council, if we're just guaranteeing it, does that show up as our debt, even if we're
On
just
our
a
balance sheet.
guarantor?
Right.
Legally, does that show up as our debt for the
I'm going to leave that to our chief fiscal officer to answer that one.
There's two comments.
No, I'm not
though.
asking you, and I don't even know if we have an answer tonight. I guess the
Well-
question is, unless you've addressed this already.
And we don't even need the answer,
Yeah, but we don't need to issue bonds for this. This is government,
You got an extra 60 million laying around that we
no,
don't know
no,
about?
no.
We'd love to
You
hear about.
borrow money from the state.
Oh,
No, that's.
now I feel better.
I don't know if there's federal dollars that flow through the program or not.
Right.
But it's a program it's a reimbursement loan program where
But we still have to reimburse,
we
right?
spend, we reimburse.
Right, but it doesn't show up as debt.
2%, But we don't have, but we're not issuing bonds,
Let's make sure.
and it's, yeah. and
Let's
it's-
make sure it doesn't count as debt, right? That's what I want to know.
I'm not saying it doesn't count as debt, I'm just saying
Right,
we're
and
not
that-
bonding.
and
That's
that's
a
the key
different
is-
story.
Right.
And I think that it'd be interesting to be a couple of years, given the schedule which you said is outdated, not outdated, but.
No, I didn't say that.
But when it changes, it's subject to, certainly subject to change 2018 going forward. But if you factor in, if you assume it wasn't going to change, and if you factor in the WPCA debt schedule at the 2%, I think we would pretty much stay under the 10% the entire time.
Maybe, only we got to look at,
There's a couple that look close. I'm just eyeballing it.
there's a couple that look very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this has come up, I think, with the solar, as I think one of the items, these items that aren't bonded debt, but are debt for the town, that sort of live in kind of the middle ground.
Yep.
And where they really are accounted for. And then I think, one concern would be obviously if the ratings agencies all of a sudden decided we
Well,
weren't
they-
accounting one way and now they want to see it another, and, just being cognizant of that. And that this isn't the only project that has
The-
sort of those other types of
Look, the
of
key
debt
question,
tranches.
the key question becomes, regardless of how we finance it, give Mr. Mayor's point about reimbursement versus issuing bonds, whatever the heck we do with it, do they count it against our credit? And does it count
Exactly.
towards that magical 10%?
Yep.
Right? And to the point, what does that do? Because as much as we want to say, hey, look, we're going to be good, we know darn well that these estimates 5 years out are only estimates, and estimates only go one way in my experience, and it's not in a
Unfortunately.
positive direction, right? So even though we can sit here and say, yes, we're going to be good in 10 years,
If you want to get it off, you just have, spin off the WPCA and and let them do the revenue bonds.
There you go. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good idea. Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, so we're done with the capital planning part of this. Thank you very much. We'll get those updated schedules. Thank you. Thanks to all the department heads that came out for that. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess, and then we'll start the second half of our meeting. Thank you. The meeting back into order. And we're going to go to item number 2 on the agenda, which is to review and discuss the town and the Board of Ed's long-term strategic operating initiatives, both revenue generating and expense reducing, and the timing implementation thereof due to the anticipated ongoing state of Connecticut related funding concerns. Okay. So this comes out of our budget vote that took place last April, where at the point of that vote, I made a statement on behalf of the board related to what our objectives needed to be going forward. And those objectives needed to be to look not tactically, but strategically at our costs on both the town side and the Board of Ed side, related to continuing to deliver the quality services that the town citizens and students have come to expect. This is not born of us wanting to do this for grins. This is born that there's a very serious financial crisis, as we all know, facing the state. And as if the citizens don't know, they will know, impacting the town of Fairfield in a very direct way. And that way could be in the form of decreased services, could be in the form of increased taxes, could be in the form of a combination of both. And as elected officials, this board, the Board of Finance, believes we need to take a proactive approach and not wait for budget season to have these very difficult decisions. And I know through many conversations with the first selectman that the town side has worked very hard to put some things in process that we're going to talk about. And I've had several conversations with the superintendent of schools and the first selectman about the Board of Education side, and I know you held a meeting just last week on this. But this is very serious, and I don't think any members of our boards want to be making strategic decisions at the budget table, but would rather do them well before the budget so that they're baked into the budget as we move forward. Fair statement? Anybody have anything to add? So Mrs. Leclerc came up with the idea that this is about the midpoint from our budget cycle. It's in fact 5 months since we voted on the budget. And this would be a good time to get an update of what the strategic decisions have been made, what's under consideration, and where we go from here. On top of that, and I spoke with Mr. Dwyer and Mr. Tetra about this, we are facing the very real possibilities of funding issues this current fiscal year. So we wanted to get a brief update from both the town side and the Board of Ed side of what's going on right now that, quite frankly, I would call more tactical decisions that we're dealing with for 2017, 2018. Okay? So Mr. Tetra, I'll kick it over to you and Mr. Dwyer and Dr. Jones as to what's going on in 2017, 2018 first. So go right ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, we've taken action right from July 1st, and we kept the boards up to date in terms of the major issues, from hiring freeze to capital projects on hold. From that standpoint, we believe we are sitting here where we have approximately $5 million of state aid or municipal aid in our budget. We believe we have to cover at least $3 to $4 million of that, so we've pegged the number at $4 million. It's not one lump sum number in state aid, if you've been following any of the reports. Right. There may be 3 or 4 major categories and about 23 other smaller ones. So in looking at those, we know where we sit in certain cases, but even as much, so we've got the state with no budget, And that's what we've really planned for, because we weren't sure when it would come through, and we're still not. We also have looked at the, Addendum A or Addendum B, or the two different versions of the budgets that have kind of gone through to see where we'd sit on those. And we have, right now where we sit, given what I'm going to call the GOP, the bipartisan budget that was approved, everything we hear says, A, it's going to take a few days because of state processing to actually get it to the governor's desk. And everything I have heard or read says the governor will veto it. That will put the General Assembly back in the position of having to get together. I'm hoping that, given we have two versions of two budgets out there, that will make discussions and compromises easier, but we certainly haven't seen any example of that till now. So we have to be prepared to go without a budget, possibly for the whole fiscal year. If we get a budget before then, we'll be able to react to it, but we're basically planning to be able to go the entire fiscal year without that. That does not mean everything's rosy. That does not mean we're doing everything we want to do, and it certainly doesn't mean we're doing everything that was in our budget. So we've gone back and made those adjustments, and we'll continue to look at how to do those. Go ahead.
Mr. Tetro, thank you. So we have $5 million of state aid included in the budget that we all approved last spring.
In the budget book, just to be clear.
Right. And we're planning for $4 million of that being at risk, correct?
Correct.
And the thing that's been floated out there that's not part of that $4 million, and I'm going to use a term that I don't know that's been used by others, but what it doesn't account for is if the state in some way, shape, or form still decides to cram down pension costs that henceforth have been, or previously had been at the state level. If they decide to cram those down to us, that's not included in the $4 million, that's additional.
Correct, and I hesitate, there's so many versions of the budget. Certainly, if you
Correct.
got 9 months, I could say there's 10 different versions that have been
Right.
out there. The most recent version that had some component of that also provided the town with an offsetting amount of state aid, so that it was a net zero for this year.
Okay, so we were
Now-
still looking at the $4 million reduction?
Correct.
Right.
We all know that there is no budget approved that has that. We all know that it doesn't mean it won't be in a future budget, and we all know that
Right.
that offsetting amount of aid may or may not be there.
Right.
But there seems to be some concern to what it would do, not only to Fairfield, but every town out there at this point in the year, to add on an expense of that magnitude
Right.
in the midst of everything else.
And the thought process for the plan that's out there that, again, is just one of many, but the one that included that proponent has the offset for this year, but not in future fiscal years.
Yeah, I didn't, of the 900 pages that were surrounding that,
Right.
didn't get enough detail back, since it didn't get approved by either body, didn't get enough detail back as to what happens in fiscal year 19.
Right. Which is the one that'll be before us next spring.
Right. Very concerned about
Before somebody
whether
next spring.
the offsetting aid would continue. It's my understanding the amount of payment transfer would go up, and I have no feeling for whether the aid would stay the same or go down.
But we doubt it's going up.
I haven't heard the rumor that it would go up.
Right. Thank you for
So
the
very
clarification.
concerned about that pension cost transfer, and have been very vocal throughout the state, especially working with CCM to fight that concept and make sure that we do everything we can to make sure that does not happen to our town or any town in the state.
Yep.
Given that, Mr. Mayor, I believe, has some schedules that can address some of the more specifics about what we're looking at on the town side in fiscal 18.
And again, we've spoken about this a little bit previously. We would like to see this, but I do want to go through this relatively quickly so we can go to the main event, which is what's going on strategically moving forward. So please
Yeah,
hand those
this
out.
is real straightforward. Basically, what I have is an outline of the town state aid budget, final budget, compared to the Republican budget, the Democratic budget, and
Yeah.
the no budget.
Just pass them out, and then you can explain them when we have them in front of us, if you don't mind.
And the only caution on these, obviously, is there are a lot of details to be verified within, I think each budget comes with 900 pages of background, and we don't have copies of the 900 pages.
And you mean they were going to vote on this in a couple hours last Thursday, right? Wasn't that the original
They
plan?
did vote on it
Yeah.
in a couple hours, last Friday.
Is there enough? Are there enough?
No, we're short 3. 2. 1. I got one? No, have yours.
Mr. Mayor, now that we have it in front of us, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Tetra, you can walk us through it. It was hard, Mr. Mayor, when you were talking with it not in front of us, so thank you.
We can pick it up.
Yeah.
So, you have 4 columns here. Column 1 is the final Fairfield 2018 budget, which was based upon the original governor's budget. The second column is the budget that passed the House and the Senate last week. The third column is the Democratic budget that was in play at that time, which did not pass. And the fourth column is, if there is no budget for the whole year, then there's really no legislative authorization to pay, and who knows, basically zeroed everything out except the LoSiP and the town aid road, which, as you can see, is the same number for all 4, which are the same numbers, both of those, for all 3 scenarios, and are the same number that's in our final budget.
So if we read this correctly, obviously, our final budget, we're in balance with what we anticipated. Under the budget that the Republicans proposed and then subsequently passed, the legislature, Fairfield improves by $900,000.
Correct. The town, that's all on the town side, and the Board of Ed improves, not to say all, but primarily on the town side. Board of Ed is $89,000 improvement.
Right, and then under the last proposal that was put forth by the Democrats in the legislature that failed, we got hit by $2.8 million.
Budgeting for that.
Correct.
We had a $2.8 million, so that's a $3 million hit versus the $4 million
That's been talked about.
that's been talked about.
And if-
And then under the government, the emergency, which is we don't have any, we've actually are down by $6.1 million.
Right.
Right,
Which is a worst-case scenario.
right. Okay. Questions? Mr. Walsh?
When you say fiscal year 18 Republican budget, you're talking about what right now is the legislature's approved budget.
Correct statement.
Okay. I don't see how we can't support that. I can't see, for this town, how we can't support and tell the governor to sign this bill based on these numbers.
Yep.
Any of the other numbers in the columns to the right kill us. Hurt us, hurt our students, hurt everyone. And I think that this town should support it. I think the first selectman should call the governor's office and support it immediately.
Questions, comments on this schedule? So, tell me what we're doing with the 4 million right now. How are we bridging the gap on the 4 million again? We had a hiring freeze? Is that hiring freeze town and Board of Ed, or just town right now? I believe it's just town, right?
The hiring freeze that I've spoken of is just the town side.
Okay. Board of Ed, do you guys have a hiring freeze right now?
No, we do not, but many of our positions are, we have to add them, because it's for student needs and driven by IEPs,
By, what's the last phrase?
individual education plans.
Here you go. Thank you for putting this together, Mr. Mayor. So right now, we have,
So some of those numbers are going to surprise you.
yep,
I'll just go down, the first number, $230,000, that's just combination of accrued salaries and contingency contract and numbers in the contingency that I think is going to be available. The $75,000 is the senior tax relief difference between budget and what actually was signed up for. The collection ratio savings is the Board of Finance passed the budget with a collection rate of 98.58. Then the $408,000 would be at 98.73, which I think is reasonable. The specific planned vacancies, that is, those are savings that are in, that have been realized, have or will be realized. They are specific positions that are open or have been open and were closed and will not be filled until a specific date. The obvious, not the obvious, but the most easiest example, there's open positions in the library. Some of those positions are going to be filled in October, November, so that's the 621. There's another $100,000, just other churns that I'd anticipate getting throughout the year. Our vacancy savings this last year was $775,000, so this might even be a light number. The next item is unused 2016 compensating adjustment, and I'll talk about that one in the carry forward from 2017, $1.6 million, which is significant, which is higher. I think it was $1 million. Well, if you put those two together, that's $2.8 million. All right, and at the third quarter analysis, we presented that number, I think, at like about $1 million. So it's like $1 million, $1.5 million higher. That's for a couple of reasons, some of which were discussed at the third quarter meeting, and some of which came in, much differently than anticipated. That operationally, we only ended up with $1 million shortfall in revenue because the building department came in at $400,000 more than was forecast at that time, and the what do you call it? The town clerk came in at like, I think $200,000 more than was forecast at that time.
Is that conveyance? Is that what you mean by town clerk?
Well, total primary conveyance, yeah, but total town clerk fees. And then the on the estimated interest income on our bonds that we own, not the bonds that we pay interest on our investments. Instead of, that was projected at third quarter, those interest rates were going to go down another quarter before the end of the year, another 25 bips, but they actually reversed the other way, so that had a $300,000 positive impact. And then the taxes, which I think we're showing on there is a $600,000 variance, came in, I think, like $1.2 million, $1.3 million variance, positive variance. I think I mentioned at that meeting, I'm pretty sure I did, that was a conservative number. I didn't think it was that conservative. We did send out some notices letting people know that we were thinking about tax sales, and so the prior period taxes jumped up quite a bit.
The problem with that is you've also built some of that increased revenue into the 2017-18 budget.
Yeah, but we were below budget last year on the prior year. They were coming in slowly. We still have adequate to cover the budget amount.
So you feel good about the prior year number that's in this year's budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And then we had, I think, so given the savings, we didn't need the carry forward.
From last year?
From last year, we didn't need all of it. So we have $1.6 million.
Gee, that
$1.2
seems like
million,
it was
$1.2 million that we're bringing over from 16 that's unused.
Seems like that was a good decision last year then, huh?
It's going to be helpful.
All right.
And the other piece of good news, when I moved all these numbers around and added everything expected, the internal service fund, which I was anticipating would probably be close to $2 million because of that flip, because of the Board of Ed numbers, is only going to be about an $800,000 or $900,000.
Okay. So the internal service fund is better. And of the 4.3 million that we're able to cover, about 2.9 million, 2.8 million of it is related to prior years where we did better than we thought we were going to do, right?
Correct. Combination of 2 years.
Now, the issue becomes, okay, under the approved budget right now, which we hope the governor signs, we don't have an issue. In fact, we're $900,000 to the good, even from what we currently have. If we go the doomsday scenario, we're still short by about $1.8 million. So really, we need to see what the state does before we reinstitute any savings or spend any of this savings moving forward, because we still have the potential to have a $1.8 million, $1.7 million issue. Fair statement?
I didn't think so.
Well,
That's if we get zero, yes, the worst-case scenario.
the worst-case scenario. What's in play right now, right, the worst-case scenario, Mike, you even said it yourself, if we don't get a budget this fiscal year, the worst-case scenario is 6.1 million loss, right? We've identified 4.3 million saved right now, right? Which means that we've got $1.8 million in play, given the four scenarios on Mr. Mayor's sheet. So we need to know what's happening at the state level before we dip into this savings, because there's the potential here that we're $1.8 million short.
Yeah, I think that's, I think that is a factual statement.
Right, that's,
Right.
yeah.
And I can't, but I personally, in my opinion about the budget process and given what we all are reading, I'm sure, about the dire straits of some of these cities if they don't get funding by the end of this year, you would think that a budget will be passed, but who
Yeah,
knows? what
and
it'll be.
last Thursday, if I was a betting man, I thought I knew what budget to be passed, and that didn't come to play either. So
I know.
I really don't know what.
Right.
The fact of the matter is, before we make any decisions, we should kind of see how that goes. Oh, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows what's going to happen, because, I mean, I'm concerned about cities, but I'm also concerned about this town. And right now, where I'm sitting, and the people put me sitting here, even if we went with the Democratic program, we're going to lose $2.8 million. $2.8 million. So I don't have any faith that all the communities that are not cities and all their legislatures are going to shoot their towns in the
foot.
head
Right, in the head, right.
to take their loss. And they make up more of the legislators than the cities.
Right.
I'm not
And
sure.
and that's what's going on right now. So
Well, everybody is worse under no budget.
everyone's worse under no budget, but I don't think anybody wants to get into a fact where, I hope our delegation doesn't want to do this, make us permanently responsible for 1/3 or then future, you know where this is going. It's going to be more of a percentage going forward, we start doing that.
Right, I
I'm
mean,
hoping nobody wants to do that, where
Right.
we agree to, all of a sudden, for the first time, take on the state's requirement. I mean, Mike had a piece about this not too long ago in a blog, on how awful that is. And how dare them do that, when it was their responsibility and they mismanaged the money. I can't see any legislator from anyone other than a city voting to do that. And I think that's why what happened this week. And I think it's going to continue to happen this week, even if it means losing money for this year.
This is on top of the reductions we've already had, right? We've already had reductions. So this 2.8 would be in addition to what we already lost, correct? On the Board of Ed side?
This
Or
this
really
is
the
this is
town
just the
side?
town side.
Yeah, this is just the town right here.
I understand.
Well, the Board of Ed's
Except
on
that
here
there
as
is
well.
state aid to the Board of Ed. Bob, why don't you explain how the Board of Ed fits in?
Yeah, the top part there, when you get down to the first bold, is the total state town aid. And then in the middle, you have the state aid to the Board of Finance, to the Board of Ed. Yeah, what would you guys do with $2.1 million? Anyway, the Republican budget, now, the last year, well, I'm not exactly sure, I'm not sure what the exact number is, but I think last year on the ECS grant, it was like $3,300,000 or something like that. So the Republican budget is very, very close to what was received last year. Democratic budget is also very, very close to what was received last year. And then an emergency budget, it's zero. And then there's now we know in the Democratic budget, the $1 million reduction, the cost of residential tuition will not be paid. We also know under the governor's emergency budget will not be paid. I'm not certain under the Republican, but I think it's also, we would not receive those funds either. So the Board of Ed, under the Republican budget, comes in pretty close to a little bit more than what it's in its budget, and with both the Republican and Democratic budgets, and obviously with a $3 million shortfall with the government emergency. And the state, and if you look at the town is, on the town side only, it's $3 million.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So the savings on the town side, the second schedule I handed out, certainly fully covers the $3 million. What but on the state, on the Board of Ed side, if there's no budget, the loss to the deficit to the state, to the Board of Ed, is $3 million. So that's where you have the big hit.
Okay, so just to clarify, then, you totaled the $6 million where we'd been talking about each of these components separately until now. The town side is $3 million, so the $4 million we're saving easily covers that.
Correct.
And on the Board of Ed side, you guys have saved $2 million and change so far.
2.3.
But is that included in the $6 million on the schedule, or no?
Well, the $6 million is the total is $3 million from the town and $3 million from the Board of Ed.
Right, and what
Right.
I want to know is, on this schedule,
Yes,
the $6 million is both?
correct. That's what I'm trying to clarify, Tom.
That's what I want to know from Mr. Merrill, because he prepared the schedule, and
That's what I just asked him. He said $3 million on the town and $3 million on the Board of Ed. And Bob, could you confirm that's what I heard?
Correct.
Mhm.
So specifically, the $4 million that we have covered covers the town side from now to June 30th.
So and how much is the Board of Ed fund?
2.3 is what we have frozen right now.
And that's in place now?
Yes, we started July 1. The board actually went through line by line in the budget and understanding that we weren't doing summer work and
Okay.
curriculum and
So right now, we're quote-unquote 500 to the good of the worst-case scenario, if we keep that in place, correct? How's that impacting your operations, the 2.3 on the Board of Ed side?
It's, until we have a budget, it has to stay frozen, obviously. It probably impacted us more in the summer. It's work that we didn't do, which you see over the next year or two, because once you get behind in curriculum work and, doing the work that you need to do to make sure instructionally you stay on target, and we spread those out for different subject areas every year, so you're not working on every subject every year, because that gets expensive. So it'll show up more next year and the year after. We're going to have to get back on cycle with the work that we didn't do.
Okay.
You're going to have to get on cycle, but if it goes back to us having to make a contribution towards the retirement plan, we've already spoken and told you that that's going to be on your side of the budget. So you're going to be absorbing another, this coming budget year, $2 million more to make that contribution every year.
I am fully aware of the discussions, and that's why it's very difficult right now when you look at what has come out at the state level, because are we talking about $2 million or $9 million? Really big different numbers and what it would do to the
Yeah.
school system. So we're being as conservative as we can on every aspect of operations that we can be right now.
Yeah, and that's why it's, at least in the version that was discussed at one point, we had some compensating adjustments, but at this point in the year, to do that across all the towns, most towns are not in as good a financial shape as we are. They don't have the reserves, they don't have paving in their budget to make adjustments on it.
Well,
So
and
I'm looking at the fact that the damage to others, they would not be able to absorb that. They'd have two options, and the two that we've heard talked about. They'd go to their surplus and use that, or they'd pass a supplemental rate bill, because the only two ways you can get immediate money, they can't cut fast enough to make something like that up.
Well, and to that point, that's why the pressure on the legislators to cut a deal, particularly for those towns that are going to be in significantly dire straits, is going to be enormous.
And we're hearing about that not only from the cities, though obviously those are the more
No, but some of
well-publicized
the
ones. Some of the
smaller
smaller
towns.
towns are certainly not in the shape. Some of the
Right.
things we take for granted about our fiscal shape are not universal.
Well, and the point on that is that there's going to be at some level, if they don't adopt the budget as approved by the legislators right now, I can't see it going in our direction. For the town of Fairfield, the budget that's been adopted right now is probably the best-case scenario, because the pressures to flip votes, to vote for the other scenario from those cities and towns.
And when you look at the areas that were drained in order to do that, I mean, think about it. We got more money than last year?
Right.
That, hard to imagine.
Right.
So when you're going through, very definitely, the state doesn't have enough money to cover their expenses, so they've got real challenges in terms of how they try and balance that out.
Right. So we're looking at right now what's proposed and heading towards the governor being the best-case scenario for the town of Fairfield in all likelihood. Right? And it only goes down from there as the pressure and demands get on those other towns.
Oh, by definition, if they're going to compromise between the two budgets that are out there,
Right.
it's going to be somewhere in the middle.
Right. And so there's a couple things. Number one, to Mr. Walsh's earlier point, we should ask that they approve that budget as representatives of our town. And number two, we should probably hold off on making specific decisions right now until we have more clarity. Specific decisions meaning hiring people, increasing spending, doing things at the Board of Education, until such time as we know what the state's going to do, just to protect ourselves. And that's the prudent thing to do right now.
Well, structurally, that's why we save the additional money.
No, I get it.
I mean, we're basically covering a $3 million worst-case scenario with $4 million.
Right. And we should continue to do that until we have clarity as to where this is going. And then,
Well, I mean, we, as the dollars combined, the 4.2 and the 2.5 is 6.7.
2.3, I think.
2.3 and 6.5, which is equal to the worst-case scenario, which I was not aware of the Board of Ed savings until just now. So theoretically, I think you mentioned it earlier, actually, we're $300,000 or $400,000 to the good.
And but I don't want to go any,
Can't get worse.
right. Let's hope, unless, actually it can.
Yeah.
It can get worse.
Yeah.
Because they can actually push down more of the pension stuff to us to save their hides. Because this is one point, the worst-case scenario here doesn't include any pension. Now, it pulls back everything else, right? But it doesn't include any of that pension hit coming here.
Yes, it does.
He can't do
Yes,
it.
it doesn't, not on this schedule.
He can't do that on his own, though.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I completely understand
But I
that.
understand what you're saying as well.
But what I'm
Okay,
saying
you mean the
is-
fourth column, sorry.
Fourth column. Correct,
Yes,
fourth
correct.
column. Yeah. Mr. DeWitt, I'm sorry, you wanted to say something there.
Overall, I have a question first off and an overall statement. In our, in the reductions we have to date from the town, specific plan vacancies. How many of those are in public safety?
None.
To be clear, there are a number of openings in public safety. We're waiting for the schools to start. Because in public safety, we fill the position with overtime typically, we don't record that as a savings.
Okay.
So we have...
None of the plan
we have two
vacancies in this number that you're saying here come out of public safety?
Correct.
Correct,
Okay.
But I
That's-
just want to be clear, Chris, there are police officer positions that are vacant. We're waiting for the school to start in January.
I'm with you.
So
You don't have a
we're
hold
filling-
on it, is all I wanted to know.
Well, we're filling with overtime, so in essence, as much as they're vacant, it's not a real vacancy because we're spending the money.
Right.
So we're not going to count it as dollar savings.
Right.
It cost us money to have a policeman, or well, it definitely cost us money to have a fireman on hold, because 1.5, because they 100% backfill. So you end up paying 1.5 times the salary for the person out
No,
there.
I
With some
understand.
offsetting savings with, pension plan, health. The police department doesn't backfill 100%, but they backfill considerably as well, 90% maybe. So there's no real savings to the town for open positions in public safety.
That's-
the issue is-
Again, I just wanted to make sure we weren't violating that. We talk about that every budget year.
Because we need schools to train the officers typically.
Yep.
If we decided to hire them all tonight, we couldn't get them in a school until January anyway, so there's
No,
no...
I'm aware.
So, yeah, I just want to be clear that we are
Yep.
not hiring anybody in those, for any reason other than the schools not starting until
Which is
January.
the reason I asked the question. The only, and the comment I want to make is I feel like we're celebrating this $4.3 million, but this is just a Band-Aid, right? I mean, this is barely a one-year solution, right?
Well, it's just a solution to now to June 30th.
Right.
It's-
But we have, our agenda item is to discuss long-term strategic operating initiatives, and we haven't talked about anything that's going over, anything since July.
I think the chairman of your board asked that we discuss fiscal 18 first. Mr. Flynn, is that correct?
It is correct.
So, by
Okay.
definition, this discussion is focused on fiscal 18.
Right now.
Right now.
Yep.
Great.
But to the point,
But just to be clear, I think that there are definitely some library positions that I've talked about, and 2 Parks and Rec positions that account to about $500,000. And I think that we have the ability to fill those.
I don't think anyone wants to not fill them, but I think we want to, look, when that comes before us, hopefully we'll have better information from the state in order to make a good decision.
When what comes before you?
Whether we want to make the transfer to fund those positions, because our understanding is we need to make that transfer or those positions can't get filled.
Yeah, I don't know if that's 100% correct. We'd have to go back and look at the numbers, but
I believe it is, but we should check. We talked about that at last meeting, but I think actually you had to leave or something. And it came up late in the meeting when we were discussing a bunch of different topics. And we asked Mr. Mayor about that. Because in fact, we had to make some adjustments last year in order to move some money around to fund some things, as I recall.
Yeah, well, last year, the transfer all went to debt service, and we just...
And then we went from there.
So we fully funded everything else, and it's had a savings of the budgeted debt service.
We should check that. Look, I don't think anybody's looking to not do certain things. I just think we need to be prudent in when and how we do it and what we know is going on at the state, that's all.
and I think we are, and I think we put together this plan to do that, and to be very conservative in terms of how we approach that.
Now, are you guys operating at the Board of Ed, are you guys operating under your approved budget right now? Or are you operating to your approved budget?
No, we've done several things, too, that I probably need to mention, just so that you'll know.
Please.
We've taken our budget, we've frozen what was inside our budget, 2.3 million, which we just mentioned. Those are all items that I wish by the end of the year, many of them.
Dr. Jones,
Yep.
can you clarify, and my apologies for interrupting. When you say inside your budget, your budget, as I recall, contemplated that you guys were losing that funding. Is that a fair statement?
We went ahead and passed the budget we felt like we truly needed to run our school system. And then within that, the board worked extremely hard with staff to really go in and identify items that were in our budget that would have the least impact on children and our teachers, and what are those items that we're going to freeze? I call it a freeze. And then we actually made an account that we called reserve, and just so that the money wasn't even still sitting in the curriculum budget, so people who are budgeting out in the schools don't think they have a bigger balance than they do. So Doreen Munsell actually set that aside so that it's untouchable right now.
So right now, but what you're saying is that you have decided that you're going to operate under your approved budget
That's correct.
to the total amount of how much?
2.3 million.
Okay.
And then on top of that, there are some other things that we're trying to be extremely prudent, not only for this year, but just going forward. We were very careful about hiring at the very beginning of the year. We have very strict class size policies, had a robust discussion about that at the end of last year. But one change that we made is generally in Fairfield, our families want to know, especially in elementary, who their teacher is going to be in August. And those letters go out fairly early. This year, we waited literally up until the Friday, which was the week before school started. And if we wanted to add a third grade teacher at a particular building, we confirmed every enrollment with every family, and we did not add a teacher until those confirmations took place. That, again, was very effective for us in that we were able to catch some of those students who were going to unenroll or move the week or two before school started, and they don't withdraw in June and let us know. So that was a different process for us going forward, but it had a cost savings as far as not having to add as many teachers as we additionally would have. We also did consolidate at our central office, restructured, and froze a senior, it's frozen right now, a senior leadership position. We are reviewing all of our contracts and service companies in our different departments. So if we have worked with, it could be an attorney firm, it could be any sort of contract, for 10 and 15 years, we've had some very reliable people that do great work, but are they the most competitive? We're making sure we're reviewing all of our contracts right now. We've also hired Malone and McBroom and did that so that going into this budget cycle, we could answer some questions that were raised last spring. They're looking at, can we even consolidate a school? As everybody knows, there was a lot of discussion about that. When I look at it and I think, okay, you would have to move at least at a minimum 300 students. Are there 300 seats that you can even really do that? We want somebody to really go in and calculate, if that's possible, also considering the busing, because you can't just go to any school and not have children on buses too long. So they're going to answer some big questions as well as give us enrollment projections. And then we also, our bus efficiency. When we started planning for the budget before this year, before it was ever passed, we thought we were going to need an additional bus. We had so many students going to middle school. We started working with a consultant last spring, and we're working on bus efficiency, so we did not add that bus, as well as we've reduced a second bus, which to us, I think of a bus as a teacher. That's about the equal cost savings. So we are 2 less buses this year, and hopefully we'll continue to find efficiency there. That has not been easy when you talk about change in service, because our walking zone, we've really enforced that this year. We've been pretty successful getting most of the elementary students off. If they were on the wait list, we're still working on middle school and high school. But structurally, we're doing everything that we can to be very, very efficient, and we're not adding any positions unless we absolutely have to have them for student need.
Okay. So you're operating under budget by about $2.3 million.
That's
right
correct.
now. And the town is operating under budget by, let's say, $1.3 million, right? Plus the savings from prior year are 2.8 right now. Right? And that gives us the $6 million in savings. The worst-case scenario, which we don't know what that's going to be until the state legislature and the governor get together, right? Mr. Becker?
Just, if I may, these things that add up to the 4.2 are happening no matter what. Some of them are transfers from the previous years, they involve revenue. I guess maybe some of these, some of these vacancy numbers maybe would shift, but then you've got the freeze side on the town side that's going to play into this as well, choosing not to bond or to pave or departmental items, anything capital, things like that.
I think if you look
It's
at
like a
item,
separate reserve in
No.
How do they both play into this? Because to me, this comes up to 4.2.
Right.
So those freeze items in capital, the not paving, are they now just going to take place?
If you look
or-
at the fourth item down,
Yep,
that says specific plan vacancies,
yep,
please note that's hiring freeze.
okay.
And the churn,
I'm not
Well,
talking
that's-
hiring freeze. I'm
that-
talking,
that-
yeah,
that's-
capital alone was worth millions.
excuse me?
The capital, for instance, the paving.
Yes.
There was a freeze on that.
As part of this 4.2, the paving is not frozen.
Okay.
So you've released the paving? Good question.
So you've been because this is the time of year to normally do a lot of that, right?
Has that been
Maybe-
released?
Yeah, we wouldn't do the paving now this year, given the situations.
Has that been released now? Because it's not included in the 4.2.
It's not being, no, it hasn't been released yet, but
But it's contemplated to
Yes,
be released
correct.
in this. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and we still have a hiring freeze, but there hasn't been a lot of people that have left. There's been a couple of people. So there's a hiring freeze. Every position where someone resigns or is terminated for whatever reason, it's individually determined whether to replace.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, one of the-
so it could be further. This was to put together what we know, what's specific, where are we?
No, that's
And,
very
and
understandable.
specifically,
Yeah.
one of the reasons we've saved as much on the hiring freeze so far is because we started it last year.
Right.
So this hiring freeze includes people who left last year. So we literally have saved money in that position from July 1st on.
Okay.
Know that, agree, and certainly credit for doing that and where it's laid out. I mean, but we just had I think the fire department 2 weeks ago, talking about not having room for 10 grand because they're under a freeze. But they're not under the public safety side, they're not under a freeze on the hiring. So how much are they frozen right now? And are they now, because of this 4.2, going to be unfrozen from that? Or are we waiting and as soon as the budget's in place, then they're going to be? Or are we kind of permanently doing that for them at this point, even with this?
Yeah. You're mixing a lot of different messages there. So let's start with one very simple one. Hiring freeze. Doesn't apply to fire or police. We okay with that?
Just said that, yes.
Okay. Well, you've referenced a couple different things. Hiring freeze doesn't apply to fire or police. That's got nothing to do with that 10 grand. What the chief was saying is he didn't have 10 grand extra in his budget to fund that.
Mike, it's a fair point.
Because of the
Hang on,
freeze, just like, yeah.
Chris, you go ahead and,
Okay. So there's a $4.282 million savings in front of us.
Yes.
There are some very open discussions happening about we're not paving this year and the libraries are closing, whatever. There are other initiatives that seem to be outside and above this $4.2 million
correct.
that you've spoken about.
Correct.
Right? And I think Mr. Becker's question is, now that we can sit here and say, hey, we've got $4.2 million, and our worst-case scenario is 6, right?
And we've got
Are we going to
2.3.
unfreeze
Right.
the other spending freezes that you've
We-
initiated?
Yep. On a selective basis, correct. We froze all those things as of July 1st because we didn't know these numbers as of
Correct.
July 1st.
Peace.
Right. So as we go through the year, and as Mr. Mayor and the Finance Department further their kind of financial fine-tuning, if you will, as we go through this, we're able to be more specific about where these are. That lets us have update our, specific spending plans as we go through.
So, let's just take paving for 1 second. You made a comment that, well, we wouldn't pave now anyway. So if we, for all intent,
We're not going to pave right now at this time of the year, correct. It doesn't mean we won't, one of the reasons for putting some of the capital projects on hold is it's easily fixable. If we got the second column budget here, and we ended up 900 grand more than we planned in our budget, we can spend the paving money like that.
Next spring.
Correct.
in the spring, right?
Correct. Or,
Which is my
frankly,
point I was
we
getting
could
to,
stretch
right.
it out. As long as we issued a PO in June and did the work, we can even do it beyond that. So we have a way of catching up very quickly with that. That's harder to do in other areas like the hiring freeze. We can't catch up right away with that.
I'm with, I get it, you're not hiring people, we get it, okay.
Well, selectively, let me rephrase,
Yeah.
selectively not hiring. I don't mean to say that's a rock-solid freeze. We have selectively hired certain people.
Yeah, you've said that publicly, that there's been certain positions that couldn't be done without, so they've been filled.
I guess the one thing I would like to know is what, above and beyond the 4.2, what exactly is frozen now, and what's the plan for unfreezing it, given the fact that we know that we've got a $4.2 million kind of in the bank?
We're going to selectively go back and look at that and spend that and on one level. Also, I want to make sure that we look at when the most opportune time to spend that is, and that may be in the spring as opposed to now for some of the projects. So we're going to evaluate them one at a time, Chris. That's all.
Do we know what they all are, though? What, everything is being frozen right now?
Correct. Yes, we do.
Do we know? I know I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that doesn't know.
Maybe I can add some clarification
Well,
a little bit.
how about we have this discussion when we have our first quarter review? And when we have better information from the state,
Okay.
and when we know where everything is, because we're getting bogged down in tactics right now.
Yep, sure.
In the short term. And right now, what we know is we don't know what we have coming from the state. We know we've identified $6+ million that we've set aside for the town. We don't know whether we'll have to cover a pension obligation. We don't know how much the state is going to cut us. I would submit, now, likelihood is very limited, but I would submit our exposure here is more than this 6.1 million, because the 6.1 million doesn't include any costs coming down from the state, from the pension obligation. Now, I'm not saying that it's likely that we're going to get hit by the 6 million plus the pension at this point, okay? But I don't know what's possible from the state, given the last 72 hours.
And if last year was any indication, I'm not saying necessarily to unfreeze it all and just blow all the money out and then find ourselves where we were around Q3 last year, when then they went even deeper because the state's receivables weren't coming in right. And the
Right.
state kind of layered their cuts through us. Like, we thought we were in the clear, and then we weren't again, and we weren't again. And that could very well happen again this year.
Yeah, I don't think we got cut in the
So-
fourt quarter, Dave. I don't think that
Thought
was
we
I
got-
think it was about an
I
extra
missed some
half a
funding.
mil.
That was in
towards the
December.
end.
Second quarter.
So
Second quarter.
Second.
Tail end of.
But it was
End-
December.
end of-
It
end of
wasn't
calendar
until-
year,
that-
right.
Yeah.
Well, the benefit of not having any state aid is they can't cut it.
Right. So if the 6
I'm with
million
you there.
doesn't come through,
So
We're good.
under option 2, we'd have to be concerned about that.
right.
So there's basically three areas to save money, right?
Advocating
There's
for-
capital, there's salaries, and there's operational expenses. And the first selectman at one of the recent management meeting, not a recent management meeting, but maybe a month ago, basically requested all department heads to spend only what they absolutely need
Right.
going forward for the next month or two's activity. There haven't been dollar assignments or percent assignments, but there's been an instruction to spend.
I would label
Judiciously.
that as delayed expenses
Right,
until such time as we have more clarity,
right.
right?
But
I mean, that's
It
what
it
they
wasn't
are.
like last year, when things were getting dire, middle of the year, it was kind of like, and we ended up saving more than we thought, which is what ended up with the carry forward, because we have some operational savings, turned out to be significant. It was like, everybody was instructed to save a certain percent between then and year end.
Yep.
That hasn't been done, just the, delay, please, only order what you need.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, you had something?
Two things. Just one, what is the anticipated, we're going to be finding it out, I guess, in a week or so, the fourth quarter review. What is the amount of surplus, not applying it to carry forwards or whatever, that you're seeing right now
From 17.
from 17?
Right now, the budgeted surplus is 550, and I threw an extra 37,000 in there to cover any late encumbrances that might come in or something that might show up that I'm not aware of.
Well, wait, that's
Wait.
550 after accounting for the 1.6?
Correct.
So the real overage is closer to 2.2?
Well, no, 550 is budgeted, so it's not a variance. We budget the surplus.
Oh, that's the surplus. That's not what he's asking.
Oh, I'm
He's
sorry.
asking, over and above that, what's the overage in the budget that is getting returned that if you didn't carry it forward, it would go to the bottom line
It's
unbudgeted?
that 1.6.
It's the 1.6.
The 1.6, okay. That's what I
I'm
wanted.
sorry, I misunderstand the question.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to make a sense of body resolution whereby it is resolved that it is the sense of this body that the Board of Finance of the Town of Fairfield hereby strongly supports the legislature's bipartisan budget adopted by the House of Representatives on September 15, 2017, and the State Senate on September 16, 2017, and that we request the First Selectman to advocate to the Governor in writing, by telephone, and in the press, that the Town of Fairfield supports the legislature's approved bipartisan budget, and implore the Governor to support this bipartisan budget and not to veto it.
I'm going to second that motion. Any discussion on that motion? Martin.
Thank you. While I appreciate the intent, I'm not going to support this. I really appreciate you having laid out side by side some of the elements of this budget. However, I do not personally feel confident that I fully understand the details in these various budgets. And I think it's a very complicated issue. I think at its face, it's easy to say that you support one budget over another, but I personally don't feel confident without knowing more of the details to support such a motion.
Mr. Walsh?
I think it's almost really in the fiduciary responsibility of this board and what we're charged to do if we don't support it. I think it's a breach to not do what's best financially on this board for this town, and to potentially go from a 900, getting all the money that we budgeted for, and getting an additional 902,449, versus losing $2.8 million or $6.1 million, which,
Or something there.
or something in between, but some number, I think would be reckless if we did not support that budget. I honestly believe that, because we are here to do what's best for this town. We are all voted by the taxpayers to vote for what, and to do what is best for this town. And I feel strongly about it, and I think we've got to do it, and I think we've got to support this budget, regardless. And I'm not saying, it's bipartisan. There are people who switched aisles. It's a bipartisan budget. It's taken a long time to get here. And if this doesn't happen, I'm terrified what will happen. And if we don't support it and we get hit with these numbers, God forbid the people who voted for that.
Mr. Mottola?
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Walsh, and the way I see it is, I think what's best for the town of Fairfield is, in many situations, what's best for the entire state of Connecticut collectively. I think, and you know, just over the last week, I was heartened by the vote, actually, because I thought for the first time in how many years that we could get two sides to compromise and propose a budget that's good for the entire state, which would mean it would be good for our town also. I think you're right in the short run, the Republican budget, the FY18 is the best for the town of Fairfield. But my fear is, over the long term, it may not be the best budget for Fairfield. So that's my concern. Yeah, for this year, that's the best budget, but my concern is, again, over the course of not just this year, but many years from now. It's my hope that there's some type of compromise between these two budgets that we can live with.
Mr. Mottola, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I can appreciate what you said. The reason I supported it, and Mrs. Marmon, I can appreciate what you said as well. There's aspects of this budget that I have studied a bit that I don't like. But that's a personal view, right? That's different from my role as chairman of the Board of Finance of this town. And when I think that this is the best we're going to get from the state, a state that our taxpayers contribute well over $250 million to a year and get virtually nothing back in other proposed budgets, I'm compelled to support it on on the basis of it helps our taxpayers. It helps our citizens on that basis. And the fact that I already know if I support it, my Board of Education has already had to cut $2.3 million worth of spending this year, even while supporting this. And while I appreciate the thought that this might be good in the short term, we're going to have another conversation about the strategic objectives. And my concern here is the strategic and structural changes that we need to make on a go-forward basis are not going to be able to be made in enough time to not severely impact the services this town provides if a more draconian budget gets passed. Draconian as it is to the town of Fairfield. And that's my only concern, which is why I support this motion right now.
And if I might,
Yeah.
if the Board of Finance wants to take a motion in terms of their support, and you want, that's fine. I would appreciate you not directing me what to do in this case, because I do have to look at this. And as much as there's no question in my mind that this budget is the best for Fairfield, all right, I do have some questions overall as to whether there are some legal issues with this budget, including they're potentially underfunding the pension, which is kind of what got us into this whole mess. And I very much want to take time to look at what that means before I blanketly support something. There's no question that from the standpoint of just the aid, right? So I would encourage you
And 19, too.
to take action for your board, but I would ask that you leave me out of it and let me do my job in terms of what I have the obligation in terms of what's best for Fairfield, and I will direct my duties and responsibilities as such.
Thank you, Mr. Tetra. Mr. DeWitt.
Three things. One, I trust the numbers that our CFO gave us, and I appreciate them. Thank you very much. Two, to Mr. Matola's point, I'm sure this is not a perfect budget, the FY18 Republican budget. I'm sure the FY18 Democrat budget isn't perfect either. But much to Mr. Flynn's point, right now, to be in a situation where we could have another year to implement our long-term strategies, I'll take it. I'll take it immediately. And third, I bet if you went in front of a lot of wealthy communities in this state and said, would you rather be in receipt of $900,000 or paying $2.8 million, I'm sure they would all vote for getting the $900,000. So I will support Mr. Walsh's motion.
Yeah, and put another way, I'm very concerned of what we're going to be confronted with in March if something else gets passed. And I'm very, very concerned if this pension obligation, you know, Mr. Tetra, you and I have spoken about this, and you've said it a number of times, right? Once you let them in that hen house, they're not leaving. And that number's only going to grow.
No question, nobody has spoken out more on that in this state. No elected official has spoken out more in that state than I have.
Right, and I'm concerned that if we leave the door open, and I agree, I think Mr. DeWitt said it very eloquently.
In fact,
that-
my latest Facebook video on that got 3,500 views.
Very cool. That's because of the tie you were wearing. No. In all seriousness, though, Mr. DeWitt spoke very eloquently about it in terms of, we're trying to buy time, because you two are going to be back up here in March, and heck, maybe it won't be me, maybe it'll be somebody else sitting here, right? And you guys are still going to have to defend that budget, and if the state cuts your budget substantially, or God forbid, puts the pension cost back on you, that's going to be a real ugly conversation that we're going to have with the citizens and the parents in Fairfield. And I'm trying to buy time here to allow these changes to get made. So, Mr. Tetra, I thank you for your comments regarding your role. Mr. Walsh, I don't know if you have any thoughts on your...
Oh, and if I can, Mr. Flynn, just because you mentioned that, I have been up in Hartford more than, this year more than every other, meeting with leadership on both sides of the aisle.
I don't think...
As
I don't
late
think
as last
anybody's saying
week.
you
So,
haven't been.
no, I just want to make sure this board realizes that I have been on this budget, reading, calling everything I can every day for probably the last 2 weeks and pretty frequently prior to that. I've taken a very active role to represent this town, so as much as I'm pushing back on telling you not to tell me what to do, please respect the fact that I'm working my buns off here to make sure that Fairfield's well taken care of, and I do agree with you that this budget does a better job for Fairfield than anything else I've seen or heard about.
Right. And that's what I read into this motion, because we're going to get hurt further. Go ahead.
And it's the only budget out there that takes away the expense for the teacher retirement contribution.
Well, it's the past budget right now, yes.
And it scares me that the governor who first put this in, who I thought was, it was a crazy idea, I thought it was actually an insane idea, that you do it, and to the extent that he did it, with not even a phasing in really, it is, but now that the Democratic legislature's now taken that up themselves and agreed to this, it scares me a lot.
Agreed.
A lot. Because it shows you that now they're in the same camp with trying to, I think you're,
We gotta get to
I
it.
don't know the exact same about the camel getting his nose into the tent.
Camel's nose in the tent, and
that's
sooner or
one of
later, the
your
rest of the
famous-
camel follows. So
Exactly.
that's why I have spoken
And-
out as strongly about this as I have.
And I think at this point, we have this budget under a bipartisan agreement that is passed. I think we have to support it. If it needs to be tweaked later on, it needs to be tweaked. But I think we have to support it and ask the governor to support it, and that's why I make the motion I'm making.
Okay, anybody else? Ms. Esmer?
It's probably the worst-kept secret in Hartford how Fairfield feels about losing our funding or having to bear some of the pension cost. As the newest member of this body, and how seriously I take, the honor of sitting here, I agree with Mr. Walsh that we need to demonstrate to the voters how we perform in terms of the confidence they put in us. I couldn't sit here and vote on something that I had no idea what was contained in 900 pages of data. I wouldn't do it on behalf of the town of Fairfield. So, of course, like everyone sitting here, I'd like that outcome, but without the uncertainty. So I can't support the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Because we do have to move along. It's 11 o'clock.
Can he read it back?
Yeah.
Deb, did you get it? You want me to read slow? Okay.
Deb, you got it? Yeah, I got it.
Then I make a motion to make a sense of the body resolution, whereby it is resolved that it is the sense of this body that the Board of Finance of the Town of Fairfield hereby strongly supports the legislature's bipartisan budget adopted by the House of Representatives on September 15th, 2017, and the State Senate on September 16th, 2017, and that we request the First Selectman to advocate to the Governor in writing, on the telephone, and through the press that the Town of Fairfield supports the legislature's budget and implore the Governor to support the budget and not veto it. Period. And actually, I think I have I think I have the dates wrong because I believe that it was the State Senate that approved it on September 15th.
The State Senate approved it Friday afternoon. The
Yep, and
State
the
Assembly approved it 3 a.m. Saturday morning.
Saturday morning.
Yeah. So it's the 15th for the
Senate.
Senate, the 16th for the House.
And I understand that Democrats voted for this budget,
They did.
crossed over, but to call it a bipartisan budget, I believe there were, how many Democrats? Maybe you call it the Republican, because it was a Republican budget, and in that you call it the bipartisan. I'm just saying, because, to be
passed.
clear, to me,
That's
bipartisan
like saying you
means,
should read 900, you should know what every page of 900 pages of the budget means.
Most of which
It was
is,
a bipartisan budget.
most of which is rollover language from year over year anyways.
I don't think it's semantics in this case. I think it was it was the Republican budget. I think it should be in
See,
the budget.
I-
I'm not arguing,
Yeah.
if it was the Democrats, but it wouldn't matter to me. I'm just trying to be more specific. Just as Mr. Tetros said that he doesn't want it put on him that he is advocating. So do you want that in?
Yeah, it's a legislative
Again,
budget.
I'm-
It's a legislative budget.
To me, it's bipartisan. I mean, there would have been more people. There would have been, people people sit here and try to figure out everyone's votes and how many are needed to get to wherever. The bottom line is, you can say that it was a Republican budget, and that was the one that the caucus of the Republicans prepared. You can say that. However, Democrats crossed the aisle, because in actuality,
Their careers.
risk their votes, risk their elections, whatever you want to say. Risk getting committee assignments over it. You know the way politics works. And people risk that in order to cross the aisle, to make it partisan, because in actuality, no Republican budget, if everyone was going to vote along party lines, could ever pass. At least a Republican budget would never pass if you voted along party lines.
Except in Fairfield.
Excuse me?
Except in Fairfield.
True.
Okay.
No budget in this state, I think is what you meant.
Yes.
Right.
Let me be clear. All right. I do not feel it's appropriate for this board to be telling me what to do. So I would ask you one last time, please cross out that last phrase on that.
Can we see what the last
And you don't have to
phrase
follow our advice, Mike. I'm not saying you have to
Jim,
follow our
I'm
advice.
telling you, I don't direct your board what to do. I don't appreciate you trying to direct me what to do. I am doing my job, I have been doing my job, and I've been representing this town. I do not appreciate the political game you're playing with that, and I don't want to see that as part of this resolution.
Mike, you're starting to yell, you're starting to get a little crazy. Calm it down.
I am not getting crazy, but I am very much telling you that I do not appreciate you trying to tell me how to do my job, Jim.
I can make any
Hang
motion
on,
I
guys.
want, Mike.
Guys,
Just
guys,
calm it down.
Can we?
Calm down.
Calm down for a second, both of you. Can we read that last phrase again?
Sure. Which last phrase?
The phrase that Mr. Tetros
After the
thinks-
word "and."
And that we request the first selectman to advocate to the governor.
Okay, so you said the key word. Hang on a sec. Let's stop there for a second. We request,
That's what it was.
not direct, not demand, request, as our representative. Now, we can add some language that says the Board of Finance request. We can language, all right, instead of saying the Town of Fairfield, we can say the Town of Fairfield's Board of Finance, right? Because in there you say that.
And sorry, Tom, I take offense that you don't think I'm advocating for the town right now.
I never said that.
That's what that says.
I never said that. No, I actually don't think it does say that.
I take it that way.
Okay, you might, okay, and I appreciate that.
No, I actually do.
I said you might, meaning I understand it. I'm not debating that you are taking it that way, okay? I don't think that's what was intended by the motion. Now, I will ask, when I seconded it, okay, that's not what's intended by the motion, okay? What's intended is our board, majority, not everybody, right, requests, right?
Yes.
That you advocate on behalf of our board, I would say. Now, I would take an amendment to that. I would request an amendment to that, where we can say, instead of on the town of Fairfield, on behalf of the town of Fairfield's Board of Finance.
And I'm trying to figure out really what the difference is. I think he should be advocating on for the town of Fairfield.
And I am saying that I have been ever since I took this job, and I very aggressively have been doing it this
We change the
year.
word advocate, that you, we'll take the word advocate out.
Can we do this without the first selectman meeting at some other terminology, the administration, the town, something along those lines?
CEO of the town.
Yeah, Dave,
There's only one person that speaks.
Yeah, I'm
for the
just
town.
trying to.
Right, and
I'm
that's-
doing my
middle ground
job,
here that
Dave, and
keeps
I don't
everybody-
appreciate,
Right.
You know,
So- and-
I know where
and
you're
that's
going,
why
I
understood
respect
his
where
point.
you're at with it, is
So
what I'm
he's speaking
saying
for the
here.
town, and Mike's taking exception,
And
saying,
it
hey,
says we
I am
request. He
advocating.
doesn't have to take it. We're requesting that he do it.
Right, and I'm saying on behalf of the Board of Finance. In other words, represent to the state that your Board of Finance feels this way. Is that better?
certainly could communicate on your
Instead of
behalf that way.
advocate, why don't you support the budget?
Like I said, we're trying to come to an accommodation here,
Yeah.
okay, that is not consulted by.
So we changed the word to support this budget.
Can
to
you
the
read it
governor,
back to him and see?
And that we request
Sorry.
that we request the first selectman to support this budget to the governor in writing, over the telephone, and in the press, that the town of Fairfield supports the legislature's budget, and implore him to support this, implore the governor to support this bipartisan budget and not to veto it.
Instead of the town of Fairfield, can we say the town of Fairfield's Board of Finance? Would that help?
If that takes it from communicating your feelings to the governor, great. I don't appreciate, again, suggesting that I was doing anything but advocating for the town of Fairfield every
I actually
single day.
I actually don't think that was, in all fairness, I understand why you took it that way. When he read it, okay?
Yeah, just
didn't
eliminate that
take it that way
phrase
at
and
all.
pass your resolution.
Well, here's the difference. In regards to our motion, sense of the body, Tom, we can get you to support it and send it to the governor. I want it to be from the chief executive officer. I want, I want it when he's asked by the press, what do you think about this budget? Do you think we should support it? He say yes. We support it. Actually, the Board of Finance, I'm not even telling him he's got to do it. We're requesting that he does. And if he chooses not to, he could have his own reasons for doing that.
Does anybody else have any thoughts on this issue? Seeing none, does anybody have anything to say?
Yeah, I think the Board of Finance should confine itself to the Board of Finance and how you conduct your business, that's all.
I think, go ahead.
And I think the motion's totally out of line. I think it's all due respect. You know, we all agree as a board, we want as much money that we feel we're entitled to from Hartford. And I quite frankly think this is just a political stunt that we've wasted 20 minutes on when we're supposed to be talking about what as a town we're going to do moving forward. So,
I agree, we got to wrap it up, John. I do.
well, guess what, people, there's an election in about 8 weeks, so that's what this is about.
Really, John?
I'm not up for election.
It's as straightforward as the big nose on my face. That's exactly what you're doing, all of you.
I don't think that's.
Well, I take offense,
appropriate at
I
all.
take offense to this, all of you comments. You, good for me, you know what?
Relax.
These comments are getting out of hand.
Waste of time.
Can you amend it to
Well, you know what, that's your opinion, John, and if you were the chairman, then you could direct this meeting, and you're not.
And I'll do it as well. Okay, any amendment, or no?
No.
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call it for a vote. All in favor of the sense of the body resolution?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That's it, the item carries. Thank you. John, I want to address it.
We're done talking about it. We're done with it, Tom. Let's move on.
Motion's been passed.
Okay,
Call me on the phone, we can talk about it.
I will. Let's
Sure, it'll be talked about on Facebook all day.
Let's go talk to what's going on strategically. Mr. Tetro, can you go forward on what's going on in 2018-19? Actually, let's do Mr. Tetro, if you don't mind, can we do the Board of Ed first, because they can leave after this? If you don't mind?
Did
that
you
okay?
just put a period on "they can leave"?
Yes.
period?
Go right ahead.
Just
Let's
one
talk-
quick comment, and then Dr. Jones will pick up from there. The reason that the $1 million for cost of residential tuition is the same in all three columns is that the Attorney General ruled that the Department of Developmental Services is allowed to, right? So that $1 million is cost shifted to us.
And I remember
We know that.
you explained that to us
Yeah,
last April.
so
Yeah.
that you know that that is done, and the at-risk money at the moment is the 1.3.
Yeah.
So-
Go right ahead. What's going on strategically?
So,
we
as
move
you know, at last Tuesday's meeting, and the reason you know is because I took the draft commission statement and sent it out to the first selectman, the leadership of the RTM, the chair of the Board of Finance, and then some other entities that we want to get engaged in this discussion. asking each of them to recommend somebody to serve on the, I'm calling the Ad hoc Committee on Operational Effectiveness. That's actually to implement a district goal priority that Dr. Jones put in the 17-18 list of priorities. She used the term structural change, but I think operational effectiveness speaks more to that kind of cost curve analysis that says, how much can we save and yet still maintain the quality of education that this town is known for? We are, without going through the document that is in front of you, we did look at this as a three-stage committee work to do their work in the fall in conjunction with the central office staff and come forward to the board in January so that we might, I'll say, low-hanging fruit, if there's any savings that we can incorporate into the budget that we pass and send on to the first selectman by February 1st, we could incorporate it. We're not likely to be able to do it so quickly that it could get incorporated into the superintendent's proposed budget, but through discussion. And then a second phase report that would come in about March that could be used by either the first selectman, the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Finance, or the RTM in terms of adopting any other savings for the 18-19 year. And then a final report in June, maybe it'll be a little bit later, that would look at longer-term savings because some ideas can't be implemented in a month or two. It will take a little bit longer, especially if they deal with facility issues. And so that's the approach that we're taking. We're very much hopeful that we can get that committee up and running, which means having the various boards that we've talked to get somebody appointed to somebody recommended to be appointed to that board.
Mr. Dwyer, a couple questions I'll open up for comment. Questions from board members. First of all, thank you. And Dr. Jones, thank you for the efforts on the $2.3 million. I am concerned over the timing of this. I'm a little frustrated. We're 5 months from our budget vote, and now we're forming this committee. And my concern is I see that locomotive coming at us potentially in March. And we don't know what it looks like right now. Hence the vote before, or the discussion before over whether it's which budget gets passed at the state level. What's your target for savings for the next fiscal year? Because I'm deathly afraid that somebody's going to be sitting here in March listening to the Board of Ed budget, hearing that, hey, we saved $1 million, we saved $2 million, we know the state cut us by 6, we're going to need that extra 4, plus we're going to need whatever for raises, and we don't have the funding for it in 2017-18, or 18-19. That's my concern, is we're running out of railroad here to make change. So what's the target for savings for 2018, 2019?
Our board has not ever directed the superintendent to create a budget that hits a target. We've always felt, not only the superintendent, but the Board of Education's role is to say, what are the needs of our students and what are the needs of maintaining a quality education, and present those to the town bodies, and then the town bodies say, what can we afford, and ultimately the RTM says, what are we willing to pay for? And so we've not had a discussion as a Board of Education to say, here's the specific target for 18-19.
Okay, but we're going to know pretty quickly what the state does. We hope we know pretty quickly. We don't know pretty quickly, right? Right, we might not know by next budget cycle. How are you guys going to operate? Because, I mean, what you're setting up in that scenario is coming before us in March and saying, here's our budget, or coming before this body in March and saying, here's our budget, and the body going, yeah, okay, you're going to have to cut millions of dollars, and then everybody's scrambling, and at that point only being able to do programming or whatever. That's my concern. I hope it doesn't come to that, and I think I speak for everybody, maybe for the one time tonight, bipartisan fashion, that we hope it doesn't come to that. But it could.
I might just say, I mean, from the school standpoint, we are predominantly people.
Right.
And so when if you're talking about cutting $8 million, let's just say, worst-case scenario.
Nobody's saying that. That's going to be
No,
all-
but I'm
right.
just saying, because even if let's say we had to reduce the 2.3 million,
Right.
and then we were, okay, let's even just try to stay flat. Our fixed costs are going to be $4 million. So you're talking about $6.5 million coming out of a Board of Ed budget, if that were to happen. Can you do that without having programmatic changes? It's almost impossible. I don't think we have.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, the structural
Yeah.
change. So part of that right now is trying to figure out where we really are, and that's kind of goes back to what I said earlier tonight. Is it a $2 million hole, or is it really the scary budget? And figuring out where we are, and then we'll have to cope with that. And as you know, a community, we're trying to get a lot of community input, and I think you saw us even do that last spring when we had the tiers. I mean, we put the tiers out there, and we were talking about, is it music? Is it, looking at truly programmatic changes? Do you not have world language in, the younger grades, and it starts in 6th grade? Those are all really difficult decisions, and what I'm trying to do as a school superintendent is turn over every stone so that there's great factual information about, if you do this, here's what the cost savings will be if you do this. And then we have to work as a community to figure out what are those difficult decisions going to be if that's what we're facing. Because there's no easy decision. Just the walking zone, I
Yeah.
can't tell you how many phone calls.
Oh, I can understand. Look,
It's hard. And I have
Totally.
said, that's a small change, that our bus efficiency, we're gaining, for me, it's a big deal in that it's probably $200,000, it's 2 teachers, but that's nowhere near what we're talking about here, and that's going to be incredibly challenging.
But are you guys starting to work on the alternatives for that, if it comes to that?
I think we're working on everything right now. That's why we're looking at every contract. We're looking at every aspect of our department efficiencies. That's why we reorganized central office. Can we function well without one of our senior leadership positions? I think even the board was a little worried that I was doing that when I put that forward. We're trying to really, it's every aspect of the school district operationally, but in a school system, if you have to cut large amounts of funding, it's going to impact people and programs.
Yep.
And I think the challenge in this is that it hasn't just started. I mean, if you go back and look at, Dr. Jones was good enough to share with me a chart that showed our cost per student and where that ranked, starting about 10 years ago, and how it's come down. And 10 years ago, we were in the 20-ish range, and now we're in the 80-ish range. If it goes down any lower than that, we'll be in the bottom half of the state in terms of what we provide funding for per student.
We've seen that chart during past budget presentations. I don't know if you did last year, but we saw it with Dr. Tidal many times. Yeah. And I don't think anybody...
And yet our test scores are still doing well, right? The students are performing.
We are.
And they're learning.
Oh, I think our school system has done a phenomenal job of outperforming many of the schools that are ranked above it. When I talk to my Realtor friends, they'll bring up certain towns, but those towns are ranked in the top 10 in terms of dollars per student. So they spend as much as 50% more per student than we do here in Fairfield. My point was just that we didn't start reducing costs yesterday.
No.
That's been going on for quite a few years, both on the Board of Ed side as well as the town side, and that's one of the things that we'll go into our discussion later on. But
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and it's not a criticism or anything of that sort. I'm frustrated because I know these are going to be difficult decisions. And I'm just concerned that we're running out of real estate, to get this done. Because we might have very difficult decisions to make in March.
I fully expect we will.
Right. And I just want to make sure that we're not sitting there talking about, well, our options are limited because we don't have time to get it done. That's all. That's my concern.
Yeah. And I just want to make the point of how difficult this is, because we're not just starting. It wasn't like we've been sitting on our hands for 20
No.
years waiting for this.
Nobody's saying
In fact, I
that.
went back and looked at the last 20 years. Compared it to the towns that frankly have lower mill rates than us, since we get compared to those a lot, and our expenses as a percentage over that 20 years have gone up less than those towns.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's I don't think anybody's accusing anybody of being spendthrift or not doing the best we can. We're at the point now where we're cutting bone in certain aspects. And when you're cutting bones, it's better to know whether you want to keep these digits or these digits, but, some digits might have to go. Right?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
want to make sure, and
No, I think there's an acknowledgement.
everybody's
Maybe
clear
toes, right?
that
I mean,
I think there's not, I mean, I think.
there's nothing easy
Yeah.
about adjustments at
Yes.
this point. We've taken all the low-hanging fruit.
Yep.
Yes. I think, that's, a lot of it was happening when Dr. Title was here. I mean, we were in the fiscal crisis.
Okay.
People were trying to keep budgets to zero. Unfortunately, you've come aboard once all that low-hanging fruit is come off, and you're having to go out on limbs to find fruit up high.
So you are taking tactical decisions now. You've identified over $2.3 million in savings in the current fiscal year. Some you'll be able to continue, some you will not. The Board of Ed is putting together this ad hoc committee, of which we will have a couple of names to put forward to you tomorrow. That committee is going to start working immediately with the goal of having recommendations on some cost savings by next budget.
Correct.
Okay. At the same time, you're implementing a review of the enrollment projections so that you all can develop a facilities plan, whatever that is, relative to how you're going to use the existing facilities with the student enrollment over the next 10 years. Fair?
Correct. Virtually all of our costs, 90% of our costs, are student-driven, and so therefore enrollment drives costs.
Do we have other questions on the Board of Ed's approach or what they're doing moving forward? When can we expect to see some numbers on savings and stuff like that? And I'll go over to Jim.
Well, I presume that the member that you recommend to serve on the committee will keep you up to date as to the committee's discussions. The commission statement presumes that by the middle of January, they'll have a formal report to the Board of Ed that we can use for the 15th to the 30th budget discussions that would inform our budget that we send to you.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh?
Well, I think this committee's of all good intent. I am some of the same concerns as Mr. Flynn about the timing, and that this committee seems to be, to me, from being on committees, too large. I think some of the people that you're talking about putting on, I have concerns about the fact that you want to put union representatives on. To me, that's a non-starter. It's just, this is our town. Union representatives have one goal. It's to do what's best for their union.
I disagree, but you're
That's-
welcome to
that's-
your
that-
opinion.
I've never seen it any other way. I've represented a union. I've had to, every stance I see, that's what they're supposed to do. But I don't see any reason why union representatives have to be on here. If we had the time, and this was a year-long or year-and-a-half-long committee that was going to be a long-term thing, I could see some of these people, but you're going to be putting on other members of the community, which I presume are going to be PTA people, tax association people, everyone who's got different, certain constituencies they represent. I really personally think that you as your board should not be trying to pass the buck on the work that needs to be done. That your board should be getting together and either forming your own internal committee or working as a board on a couple of extra meetings and trying to really get down to this. Because, as Mr. Flynn said, that locomotive is coming, and we're wasting valuable time. I'm also concerned that when I've seen other committees formed by your board, more likely than not, your board has not followed those recommendations. So I'm afraid that we're going to waste this time and then not follow the recommendations. And it's a big concern of mine. And I don't want to see at the end a bunch of recommendations come out and they're not followed because one member or all members don't like those recommendations. In essence, you guys were elected, all the board members were elected to do this work. And I think you guys should do it. If we had plenty of time and we had 2 years down the road and you wanted to get focus groups together and have more town meetings about it, I would understand. But we don't have that time. January's going to be here before you know it, and either this board is going to be meeting twice a week, 3 times a week. There's a lot of work to be done, and it just concerns me. And I think we're losing valuable time putting together something like this, and the board itself not doing the actual work.
Okay.
Yeah.
No response. Anyone else have any questions, comments? I don't know if my mic is working, but... Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Okay.
Can I just add one thing? And not that, I just want to share that the Southern Fairfield Superintendent's Organization, that are all the superintendents in this region, we are also coming together, and I just think it's good to let you know we're hosting them here. And it really is just for us to be able to brainstorm and share what's working in one district that has cost savings, and to make sure that we're all really collectively working together. So I just wanted to mention that.
Dr. Jones, I'm glad you brought that up, because I should have asked you that, because I thought that when you raised that before us before, I thought that was an excellent idea, since you're all facing the same pressures and
Right.
stresses from the same budgetary process. So how is that going? Any good ideas been coming out of that, or how has that been going?
Well, we meet monthly, and school's just started, this year, but we actually are doing a brainstorming session for a whole morning that's just on that together here in our central office we're hosting.
Okay, great.
And I was going to ask, and forgive me, I had to step out for a couple minutes, but is this in relation to pushing back a bit on some of the mandates at the state level?
Not only the mandates, but just the actual operational budgets that we're all dealing with right now, and what's happening.
Is there a thought of the towns getting together, particularly the high-performing towns, as a block and going to the state and saying, hey, this mandate, this mandate, this mandate, it's costing us money, and we're not getting any benefit from it, and start pushing a little bit, being some of the top performing educational towns in the state?
I don't know that mandates will come up yet, because I think everyone's looking so much at their operations right now,
Okay.
more than the mandates.
So what you're doing is exchanging best practices and ideas?
Yeah, and just trying to make sure that we're all really kind of turning over every stone, because in this area, of Connecticut, we have superintendents that have worked, all over the country. So it's just a collective kind of wisdom and making sure we're all using each other.
Right. Thank you for that.
Yeah, just for my clarification on the mandates, how many of them are coming from the federal government and how many from the state? I mean,
Yeah,
in other words, you can't.
a lot of
blend
them are
this.
federal, actually. A lot of
Right.
the mandates are federal, but the states often do push things down. Connecticut's actually probably one of the better states where there aren't as many as there are in some states, but a lot of it is federal.
Okay, thanks.
But Connecticut also just pushed down the one correct related to you have to give equal educational time to kids that have been expelled.
That, just in the last week or two, actually, something came out on that, and they haven't given us clear direction what it means yet. We're all waiting on it. It was supposed to come out on Monday.
Yeah. It's those type ones that were,
Right.
state level. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Esmond. Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank
And I
you.
appreciate you staying for the late night. Apologies on that. Mr. Tetra, thanks for being patient, and we'll turn it over to you.
You're welcome. Let's see. As I started to mention before, one of the things I did is go back and look at our expense growth over time, and look at some insights into that. One is, as I've been reporting to this board in my budget presentations for the last number of years, our expenses per capita, the expenses we spend per resident to run this town, are some of the lowest around. And so getting back to both our expense growth and our expenses, there's not a lot of fat in that. No question there can be improvements in every area. Don't mean to suggest there can't be. But as we saw in fiscal 18, the budget we passed, or that was passed, in spite of the efforts of this board, is not sustainable. It doesn't provide the paving and infrastructure work we need for the town. It doesn't fully fund the library. And in fact, there was a cut to the tax collector's department based on the fact that we now allow tax collections at people's bank branches, which sounds good, But because that was done at the last minute, the 11th hour, without any data, in fact, only 3% of our tax bills come in through People's Bank. All right, and that does not save a body.
But there's a fee. Let's be fair, right? There's a fee if you go there, is there not?
Chris, operationally, you may be correct, but my point is that a body was cut from the tax collector's office because of all the work that was saved because collections come in from People's Bank without any data.
Oh, okay.
Without any data. Nobody asked how much work was saved. All right? Nobody even talked to our tax collector about it. All right? So I think it's very important that as we look at these, we realize, A, that we have made a lot of effort in the past years to save costs. Frankly, out of, this board knows it because you've seen it every year. All right? You've helped keep that growth in place. So there's no, as we were mentioning earlier, a lot of the low-hanging fruit has been gone, already been taken down. So I did, one of the first steps I did is we've talked about in the past, I asked the department heads to go out and talk to 3 different departments in other towns and see what they can learn in terms of both on the revenue side of things, what opportunities are there for increased revenues, and on the expense or procedure side, what things can we do to lower our costs or be more productive at the same time? And as a part of that, also to look at services. What services do we offer versus what services do other towns offer? Are there things that we're doing they're not, or are there things they're doing that we're not? And what can we learn from that? So as a first start, just as grounding, we found that, actually, the feedback from the department heads, they found it to be a very healthy exercise in terms of getting out and talking. In fact, a number of them said their counterparts in other towns thought it was a very healthy exercise for them to kind of go through. I do have a bit of a worksheet here, if I can hand out, just to show you some of the feedback that we got. Why don't I just go ahead? I would ask that as you look at these, realize that these numbers are estimates we've put together with the department heads. They're not numbers that have been vetted by the finance department. And there are estimates based on where we are and what they learned in terms of what we can do. So from the top, and in some departments, you'll see there just aren't any numbers listed there because we weren't able to come up with anything that would be material. But from the top, from our assessor believes we can look at changes in buildings and basically get an aerial view over the town, match that up to what we believe is on the different properties, and he thinks we can save actually $100,000. I have $80,000 in here because we'd netted out at 20 grand to pay for the flyover to do that. Second, in building, sitting down with the building department and Tom Connolly, reviewing what other places charge, specifically Westport, in terms of what their building fees are. We think we can make a significant difference in revenue by adjusting our fees to market rates. Economic development, we've got a number of projects going on there, but nothing in the sense of raising revenue or saving costs directly. Conservation, we've actually done the analysis over the last few years, and our fees are some of the highest around. So we actually, at one point, we're going to do a project to look at reconciling those to market, which might involve lowering those. So we're going to hold off on that for now. In the DPW garage, it was suggested that if we modified to a paving approach, we could save almost $200,000. I believe that was based on a full paving budget, so given we're on a modified paving budget, I don't think we're going to see $200,000 in savings on that.
Mike, they've been pretty good at changing how they pave and using all different, so how could we save so much? additional, to be honest.
It's their number based on what they think they can modify it even further, Tom. And part of it is looking at what roads and what roads get used and where we do chip seal versus full paving and kind of, my impression was they're going to go back and look at it more tied to the volume of use on certain roads.
Okay.
All right? But I agree with you. They've done a phenomenal job. In fact, they've just recently been recognized as one of the top departments in the state, and they're going to win an award in a couple weeks on that.
Nice. Good.
The other was elimination of some of the summer help. I think the summer help's a major convenience, but they looked at being able to modify it and remove about $50,000 in the budget for that. In engineering, we're reviewing the fees. I don't think that's going to be a big number, but we've basically priced our fees at a very, what I'll call, convenient level for residents. I'm not sure we even really cover the costs of producing some of the larger maps and documents that we have, so we're taking a look at that. Finance, I think finance over time has done numerous things. That probably the biggest one that sticks out recently is a few years ago coming up with a $750,000 a year savings in drug use by our retirees. So it reduced our OPEB costs. Fire department. $400,000 in revenue and $50,000 in expense savings. The $400,000 for a total of $450,000. The $400,000 in revenue is looking at the fire marshal fees. And again, going back and bringing those up to market. We were nowhere near that. When you talk about strategic long-term, and the chief and I had this discussion, one of the challenges in the fire marshal's office is doing year-to-year inspections. That we have a ton of inspections to do for our businesses. And we don't have that many employees or fire marshals to get out and do those. Now, if this were a private sector business, and this is the conversation we had, you would price your product,
of course,
to the costs and the services you provide. We don't. We treat it like a building permit. You pay it once, and then you're supposed to be able to do all the inspections every year from that point on. So I think at some point, and the chief informed me that nobody in the state is doing it this way, that we need to basically sit and come up with an annual fee. And that way, that would let our revenue go vary with the amount of inspections we have. It also would then give us a budget for hiring people based on the number of inspections and the revenue we've had, and we get it back directly to our costs. So we're not there yet. This doesn't do that. This just adjusted our fees so they're comparable to other towns around here, and we believe that's going to bring in approximately $400,000. The $50,000 is saving one part from testing by going to a regional firefighter test, so that we're not paying, the town of Fairfield isn't paying for each test. We're paying with a region. There basically becomes one list of potential firefighters out there, and all the towns can go from that list. But it's the same test we're giving everybody, so we can potentially save $25,000 a year on that. Another $25,000 a year by going to a national purchasing contract and using some of the prices off that. It's not for fire engines per se, but some of the self-contained breathing apparatus and some of the other firefighting equipment. And the chief estimates we can save about $25,000 a year doing that. In the health department, looking at some of our fees, again, calibrating those back to market, we believe we can increase that about $17,000, but it would amount to about a 10% increase in our fees. So that seems like a very reasonable and number we can get to. In human resources, as you know, we already restructured in terms of our labor attorney, and we're saving money on that. In IT, we didn't identify any revenue or cost savings. I've asked Dave to go back to other places and look at, in some very select towns, how they're using technology, and are there any real productivity things that we're not currently using to do that. There's an ongoing discussion of, do we go with online permitting? There are pros and cons on that based on the department, but we continue to look at software and how it comes out and talk to departments that are doing that. But nothing jumped out in his initial talks to other towns where they were using technology better than we are. He said we're pretty much on a par with many of those. The library didn't come back with anything there, but we did learn some things about other libraries. In Parks and Rec, we're looking about $100,000 in revenue, and primarily in sponsorships. Seeing if we can get out and get some sponsors for things like the fireworks and other things, so we basically get those funded by somebody besides the town. On the cost-saving side, looking at a new approach on credit card fees, and see if we can save this says $84,000 a year. We'd have to spend some money initially to do that. Yes?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue your statement, then I have...
So we'd have to spend some money to get to that point. I want to do some more research on that and see what that is. I've also asked purchasing to look at the different departments, from our tax collector to Parks and Rec to others that use credit cards, to make sure that we're getting the lowest fee possible, and we use our combined purchasing power to do that on credit card fees.
Yeah, Mike, I'm a little surprised in 3 buckets. First of all, thank you to all the department heads for all the effort, and appreciate the time that went into it and the thought. I'm concerned about the comment that our IT area, hey, they went out and talked to everybody else, and we're just as good as everybody else, and it's no offense to our new director of IT who's been here, a few months, but that doesn't say much for IT across many towns, because I don't think our IT is all that good right now.
It doesn't, and we refocused some things, and I asked him to go out and check with some other specific towns, because I'm not, he talked to 3, I think there's some others that I tried to focus him on in terms of go look at what they're doing to see what we can do. But because you've got 106, one of the structural problems in the state is you've got 169 towns, and some are so small, it's hard to have any critical mass or really
they got a Yahoo account and a computer.
They just don't have enough people to do that. And, and they're not big enough to hire a really good person.
Right.
I don't mean that.
No. Nobody's...
You might take offense at that, but...
Right.
And some of the larger towns are not as good. But I've asked them to go back and talk to Stanford and Norwalk, and some of the towns that are both bigger than us, but also at least have a reputation of being well-run in certain areas, to see what we can learn from that.
Yeah, because I just don't buy that we're all that good at that. And again, I'm not going after our director. He's new.
Yeah, no, Tom, to your point, I think the idea is we did this as a first try. They picked towns to go talk to. They got to them. I think we learned a lot just by going through the process, but I think this isn't just one and done. I think this becomes kind of an ongoing. I've encouraged each of them to stay in touch with the folks they're talking to, so as things develop and as new things come to play, we can get the benefit of that.
And I'm surprised as well by the zeros in the library area, only because I would have thought there's some opportunity there for either more revenue or some efficiencies that we're not realizing, given the size of our library operation.
Yeah, I think to be fair, we're kind of in between directors.
That's what I was thinking, right.
So I wouldn't, we're going to continue to talk there, but...
I'm sorry, Jim, I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to...
When you're done with the library, I wanted to go back to IT.
Okay, and then, fine, anybody got anything else on the library? We'll go back to IT for a second.
Go right ahead.
Yeah.
I would have expected that there might have been some savings between the town and the Board of Ed's IT department. Some collaborative services, or somebody who can do the same part of one job together. Have they been, and I'm glad, I will say, I'm very encouraged with the new director and his relationship with the director of IT at the Board of Ed, and that they're working together, because as we all know, that wasn't always the case. So have they, as part of this process, sat down to see whether there's any type of, because it would benefit the Board of Ed too. I mean, if, there might be,
I think that first answer is yes, to a certain degree. I think we've got more work to do on all of that. I think that, as I look at the town, and there's 500 people, let's say, it's not your normal 500-person organization that really is doing kind of one thing, one product, one. When I ran a division with 500 people, we're all focused on getting one product out the door. It might be manufacturing, some other things, but it's one product. Here, it's like running 25 different businesses. because they all have separate functions. There's not as much carryover, so it's a little bit more difficult than the norm. The other challenge with, at least initially in the discussions with here in the Board of Ed, we've talked about what we can combine. The question is, what can you save? And we haven't found any obvious low-hanging fruit. Well, yeah, if we do that, we can lose X number of employees or that type of thing. There's not that overlap in terms of what they're doing. I mean, we don't have that many IT employees on the town side at all anyway. So we will continue to look at that. And the issue may be, and the other area in this is there may be at some point an opportunity not just combined with Board of Ed or the town, which might be separate businesses in one sense, but maybe us and other towns combine on some of that.
like a data
I think we
center or
have to look
something
at
like
it
that.
a little
Right.
bit differently, because then we're doing the same function.
Yep.
In the same way that our Board of Ed might be able to do it on that side.
The other one that I was surprised at that you were going through was Park and Rec, because I constantly hear, basically I'd look at this as supply and demand. I constantly hear about the parents, thankfully my kids are a little older now, but the parents of young kids that are like, they got to be on the phone but at 9 a.m. because if they get there at 9:01, the camps are sold out. So that tells you that you got a supply and demand, and you should raise the rate and charge a bit more so that,
From a pure market standpoint, you're correct. I think there's several issues in that, and we're going back looking at those, and specifically what's not on here is Marina.
Right.
I'm sitting
That's
down,
another one.
that we're going through the process of reviewing the survey and what we went out and got, to come back and say, what can we adjust on that? So I don't mean to say this is over, this is really a draft, but I think, Tommy, I think you have to be cautious of the fact that we're not building all these just for the rich families in Fairfield. We have a wide demographic who we are, and we want to make sure that our programs, while there may be some that are targeted that way, that we also allow for some that to service the kids in our community, and not everybody has the extra money, especially in this economy.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that they're the ones that are actually getting to use the program because they're not getting through within that 30-second window they have to sign up anyway. Yeah, or on the computer, whatever, it's like, yeah.
So I'm-
You
so I'm-
still have to be on the computer.
So I'm suggesting that in some of that, it's not as easy to just go keep raising the fees until people stop signing up.
I'm not saying you raise them 20%, but what are we raising? What's our policy on fees, right?
And that's what we're going back, and that's part of the larger review. This is part of what we've kind of learned going out and talking to other towns, and even the sponsorship thing's a little bit different than other towns, but we're kind of developing how we what we offer the sponsors, how we do that type of thing, and
Right.
certainly the fireworks are a big one. So if we can get that off of our budget, that would be nice.
Kim?
I
That
have
would
a
be nice.
Parks and Rec
Sure.
related question. So on the sponsors, so you're talking about, I mean, like, this is sponsors for fireworks, concerts on the green, types of events
Yep.
like that. So, because I noticed this year, the haunted house isn't happening, but I thought that was something that was starting to be able to bring sponsors and get money back into the community.
That money all
What
went to
happened-
that money all went to the fire department, Dave.
Okay. Went
To the
to
Fire Foundation.
which then went back into the community? So is that,
Operationally, we couldn't run the house again. We offered the Fire Foundation, if they wanted to run it, that was great. If another group
Okay.
wants to run it, the town was not in a position to run that.
okay. Are there any other things like that that are stopping now, or are there other things like that that we're actually looking conversely to, because they're town then where the money comes in, but to double down, and try and do more of them?
Yeah, the town didn't get any revenue from the haunted house, so that wasn't,
Yeah, I understand that, but there's two sides to the equation, right? I mean, obviously, the town directly receiving funds, but then also, nonprofits through the towns, and then providing services, right? So I take the road race as one. I mean, are we going to run into an issue with that, or is that all intact?
yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but all I'm talking about now is just sponsorships and the fireworks, and the haunted house was a very specific kind of program that we weren't in a position to continue to do. In terms of road races, those are generally run by other program, not the town. Those are generally run by other organizations.
So the haunted house was a town decision, though, and there was no revenue back into the actual town?
Correct.
I'll probably have more, but for now, that's fine.
So obviously, Parks and Rec is a wide-ranging operation, so there are other opportunities, and we'll continue to work on those. This is, and Tom, I think you were not in your chair. I don't know if you were in the room or not, but I said
Not
this...
going to tell you where I was.
I said, these numbers are a draft in terms of what we've put
Right.
together. They have not been vetted by finance. All right, so these are the estimates from the department heads as to what we think
Got
we
it.
can do. So please take these as an order of magnitude in terms of what's going on.
Yeah.
On the police, we see that potential $275,000 in additional revenue, and that's broken out between two components. One is an increase in fees for basically false alarms. And second, adding an admin fee in for all the highway jobs we do.
Who pays that?
The contractors, whoever hires the cops to do the road work.
Okay, so that's what you're...
So right now,
Okay.
we basically charge you for the police officer being there per hour, or whatever the rate is. And if you need a car, we charge you for the car. We don't charge you for our administration, the booking, the tracking, the billing, the sending the invoice out, that type of thing.
Yep.
And we'd start to add an admin fee on for that. Since we already have those costs, this would be pure revenue.
I was asking because since I had a traffic accident yesterday, I was wondering whether I was going to get a bill in the mail from the police department.
Give me your license plate, we can arrange for that. Purchasing, we're still looking at some other alternatives there. We're going back and we have gone to our department heads in each of the departments. We're now going back and retraining people in how to use the Staples software programs and bidding to make sure we're getting the right prices off the state contract, right prices off Staples. We're not sure exactly how much that's going to mean, but we want to make sure we're doing everything we can there. So Gerald's got a few different programs helping us there. On the social services or senior center side, we're looking at doing more aggressive trips, bigger and longer for our seniors. It's something that works at other senior centers. They've gone out and reviewed that, and consequently, if we do that, we can get some commissions back to the senior center in the town for doing that. Solid waste. In reviewing this, we went out and talked to other towns. I want to point out that some of the things we take for granted. You remember the budget book? It's the same thing every year. We have so much in expenses, so much in revenues. It comes out to roughly equal. It's about $3 million each. You can check the budget book to get those exact numbers. What I was very surprised to learn in looking at other towns is they have the costs we do, but they don't have the revenue coming in. So we literally are making $2.5 million more in revenue every year because we're charging folks to the haulers to drop stuff at our dump. I'm not sure why we're the only guys doing that, but at least for a number of towns, I expected everybody to do that. I was floored. But this is one of those other areas that I put down, things that we've been doing well for a long time that we kind of take for granted. On the tax side, we're going out looking. Town clerk didn't really have anything there. So much of the work that Betsy does is kind of regulated in terms of fees and what they have to do. And on planning and zoning, about $40,000, again, through increased fees in those areas. All of that together comes out to about 1.7. Now, that doesn't quite answer the issue on kind of what I'll call the strategic question, Tom, that you asked. But it was one of the steps we had to go through to make sure that we're taking advantage of, everything we can from a low-hanging fruit standpoint and seriously looking at the revenue side to make sure we're taking every dollar we can there.
Thank you, Mr. Tetra.
I should point out that, in addition, as you're well aware, we have been approving solar contract after solar contract to decrease our electric bills, as well as the use of sustainable fuels that are saving us several $1 million every year in what we're doing there.
What else, Mr. Tetra, are you prepared to talk to at this time?
You know, there are probably some other areas. You know, I think as we mentioned, we've got to look at some of what I'll call the generic functions, human resources, finance, IT, see if there's synergy, and I'm really not sure which way to go. It makes more sense to try and combine it with Board of Ed. Do we get any savings there? And I think that's that. You can combine it. I'm not sure what the savings is, and at least on initial read, it's not that great, because it's not like either side has extra capacity from that standpoint.
Right.
However, I also want to take a look at what we can do on a regional basis in some areas, and we are talking, you know, we have talked to Westport in a couple areas, and then as I work with CCM, two of the areas that come up are one, the one that comes up all the time is 911 call centers, ECC. I think California has like 5 of them. We have 150 in Connecticut, so there's a real opportunity there. And lately, they've also been talking about assessor's office. Are there assessors that are needed everywhere? Obviously, you don't save 100% of any of those costs, and Fairfield's, we're a big enough critical mass. It's not like we're Easton, where for them to have a 911 call center working 24 hours a day, that's a lot of people for not a lot of calls.
Right.
So we're looking at and we'll continue to look, as we talk with CCM and other towns, how we combine on some of these. We have done that from a trash standpoint. We work now with 14 other towns. We're saving about $400,000 a year on our trash collections because of the deal we've been able to work out and get a better tipping fee out of that. And as we continue to expand that network, our tipping fee will continue to go down. So that's one of the regionalizations that works really well. The issue there is we haven't had, it doesn't involve a lot of employees, I guess would be the way to say that, so you're not involved in any union negotiations. The problem is you start to regionalize with different towns, you get different unions involved. And the CCM recommendations, not to get back into this whole Hartford thing again, but the CCM recommendations we had to help towns, not eliminate collective bargaining, but to help towns negotiate it with one negotiation rather than 4 or 5, got shot down and did not get passed. So as much as Hartford keeps telling us to regionalize, they're not actually making it easier to do that. So we will still look for ways to do that. I should also mention that one of the topics that's come up from time to time was, should we expand and get into the ambulance service? There are a number of issues with that. Some technical issues with, there's like a franchise that is controlled by somebody up in the state government that you have to prove that you have service level deficiencies in order to get that franchise. But we also went out and talked to different towns that are doing the ambulance service, and we can't find anybody that's making money at it. So I've heard in the past, folks have suggested that you can make a couple $1 million, it's on the table, you should go get it. We can't find anybody that's even break even.
Can we save money on it? On
Save
doing
money.
something with ambulance by, don't we get
We don't
paid?
spend any money on it now.
Yeah, I know, but don't we, what's our costs? Do we have any costs associated with it? I
Not-
was told.
not to my
So
knowledge.
what's our contract then?
We don't have a contract.
Okay, because I was under the impression that somehow the fire department had a contract with ambulance. Is that not true, chief?
That is not true. There was
Okay.
a contract expired in 2011. The town did contribute to,
I've been around a long time, so maybe that's what I'm remembering.
The town did at one time make a payment annually to bring a second crew into town. When that contract expired, there was no additional fees, and AMR is providing 2 crews in town, essentially 24 hours a day.
Right, so it's not costing us anything.
The only cost is the cost of the fire department and some police department expenses to maintain the R1 capability.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Chief, can I ask you one question so you don't have to come back up?
Sure.
When Chief Fellner was here, I don't know, 5, 7 years ago, he started talking about trying to bill the insurance companies back for providing fire services or first responder services when they came to a car accident, and sometimes he was successful and sometimes he wasn't. And what's been your experience, or how did that program work? Or you guys don't do it anymore, or how does it, you know?
That was one of the areas that we explored with other fire departments around the state. And we had seen over a period of time, more and more fire departments get into the billing, billing for services. The insurance companies stopped paying and just reneged on billing. We're paying, departments that were billing for services were paying increasing percentages to collection agencies, and
Hopefully
almost
lawyers.
universally,
Hopefully lawyers.
almost universally, fire departments have gotten away from that billing just because it's been unprofitable.
All right, it just stopped being talked about, so I presume something. And
Yeah, I think, my understanding, we tried that for a bit, and it wasn't effective, so it kind of went away.
Got it.
Yes, sure, absolutely.
I'm sorry.
So I'm just curious, in terms of first responders, you know, you hear a lot about duplication, who's first to the scene of whatever the heck is going on. You see fire, you see police, you see the ambulance, you see multiple fire trucks, you see multiple police trucks. And I know I know you're doing a wonderful job responding, but is there duplication there, or is there an agreement, or how? I don't know. It always is curious to me.
So we work pretty consistently with AMR and the police department to ensure that we're responding to the true emergencies. And at those calls, it does take police, fire, and EMS to provide the level of care. When you have a patient that's in cardiac arrest, and you have to move them from inside the building to the ambulance with all of the other challenges those emergencies include. Family members, traffic, patients that have to be moved down stairways. It does take that many people to do it effectively, with the ultimate goal of providing medical care while they're in transport to the ambulance, and then get them quickly into the ambulance to the hospital. So we do look at that. We look at the calls. Certainly we work with ECC to screen the calls to make sure that we are only going to the calls that we absolutely need to go. But we do make sure that we have more than enough resources. So if any challenges pop up, we don't need to call another piece of equipment with a 3 to 7 minute response time to help out. We want to make sure that we're overstaffed to a certain extent, that we have enough hands and enough spare hands to handle anything that emergency might present.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Tetro. Thank you, Chief.
Just on the
No,
ambulance.
I would just point out from my personal experience that the fire department is typically the first on the scene, and it's very comforting to know that you've got trained medical professionals there while you're waiting for the ambulance.
Thank you. Mr. Becker?
Just have we run any projections? Is there something you can share relating specifically to Fairfield and the collection rates that we as a town might experience on the billing side on the ambulance front? I mean, something we can see that costs it out. I mean, I understand you've spoken to other municipalities and...
Yeah, in
that
fact,
have
I
done
believe
this,
the
but
chief
where-
has a report.
Okay.
Was done that basically the projections aren't positive. Chief, we can share that, correct?
That'd
We
be
can
helpful
certainly
to
get that
see.
out. And if you know of any town that is saying they're positive, we'd love to talk to them.
One night a year.
I think it'd be helpful to see that, and if it's an expense, see what, obviously see that for now.
All right. Anything else?
That's it for here. There's some larger issues we might be able to talk about, but not in public session.
Yeah.
I just want to make, number one, I want to compliment the first selectman on putting this together and doing so in a kind of a short amount of time with the department heads. And it's kind of what I was kind of looking for from the Board of Education. And I don't have a piece of paper like this tonight from them. And it sounds like it's not going to come for 3 to 4 months. So I appreciate this is kind of exactly what this board was kind of looking for. And thank you for responding to it. Secondly, I know we talked about the Board of Ed cutting costs over the last number of years, and you looked into it, and we've all kind of seen it. But I actually think the cost cutting on the town side has been a lot more dramatic, and we've been into the bone now for a number of years. Because I think at budget time, it's just easier for everyone to make cuts to the town side. It's a little less emotional than with kids, so I have found that watching town bodies through the budget process, it's very easy to go after the town. I think there's a lot of waste, and I personally, for at least the last number of years, don't see it, to be quite honest with you.
Well, thank you. I'd also point out that that takes a lot of teamwork and cooperation by the department heads, both in terms of how they lay things out, how they describe things, and as this board is apt to do from time to time, ask them if you had to cut someplace, where would you cut? And they have been forthcoming in areas they could live without. But you do that enough years in a row, there just aren't any more areas you can live without.
Well, and I also think, on the Board of Ed side, and this is one of the frustrations that I articulated before, both in the fact that their committee, and it's not fair, they've left, but their committee is just forming now, as well as, what's going on at the state. The issue I have is I'm hoping like heck we don't have a multi-million-dollar problem in March, and they're sitting there saying, well, this is what we need to do the school district, and if you need to cut it, several $1,000,000 or whatever, right, there goes music, there goes band, there goes, pay-to-play athletics and the thing. And that's why what this board has been all about for about the past 3 years is providing runway for them to actually evaluate the changes that don't need to be made at the budget table, but can be made prior to the budget, so they're not made under duress. They're not made as quickly as possible, but they're made with the thought and the care and the deliberation that it doesn't impact the students. It's been all about buying time.
Right, but we need every board in the process to operate by that same guideline, and that hasn't always been the case.
Right. Absolutely. Anything else? All right. We need to go out back and talk about a few matters.
Or we can stay here and turn off the cameras.
Yeah, Jerry, well, however it is, we're going out back without cameras on. Only to dismiss, so you don't need to stay.
Well, I gotta tear it down.
All right, give us 10, 15 minutes, and you can come back in. Thank you very much. We're going to go into private executive session. Deb, I'll tell you the time we adjourn. So do I have a motion to go in? Mr. Mottola, do I have a second? We'll take Ms. Zesmia. All in favor? Opposed, abstentions, we're going out back. Thank you, everybody. Let's give it 2 minutes.
Yeah.